minute to go until we set that one off.
Za minut krećemo, a prvo ćemo odgledati ženski dvojac bez kormilara u 9:30.
In lane 1 for China, it's Shi Hongwei and Dong Xia.
U stazi broj 1, Kina 1, Shi i Dong.
In lane 2, we have Denmark.
U stazi broj 2, Danska.
In lane 3, the Czech Republic.
U stazi broj 3, Češka.
In lane 4, China 2.
Staza 4, Kina 2.
And in lane 5, we've got Australia.
U stazi broj 5, Australija.
And we're underway with the first race of this final day here in Belgrade, Serbia. The small boats always jump out to a very quick start, and we're up at rate 44 in China 2. Shi KK in the stroke seat there, really winding through the ratings. Fastest moving boat on the water here at this early stage.
Prva trka ženski dvojac, finale B, dobro je krenula Kina 2, Dai i Ša, odmah iza je postava Danske, to jest Češke, pa Danske na trećem mestu.
So the fast start paying off for China too at the moment as they pass through 250 with a very slight lead ahead of the Czech Republic. Pavlina Flamikova in the stroke seat for the Czech Republic here, keeping them up at a hearty 37 strokes a minute, matching China too in these opening stages. And they lead the way by a comfortable margin ahead of Denmark, who slip into third.
Polako se odvajaju Češka i Kina 2, na trećem mestu sa 15 metara zaostatka su Danci, pa onda daleko iza Australija i Kina 1.
The first few boats trickling through the 500-meter timing marker, and the top honours at the moment still staying with the Czech Republic through that first quarter of the race, but with the best view of the course to determine these 7 to 12 places. It's our all-star commentary team out here on the water. At 1,000 metres, we've got Brian Richie Richardson and Angelika Milicevic. And at 1,500 metres, Tim von Vliet and Vladimir Maxa. Richie, they'll be hurtling towards you now. Is it still the Czech Republic with the lead?
Still the Czech Republic here in lane 3, centre of the course. They're being helped along by a nice strong tailwind down the course, not favouring any of the crews, I don't think, straight off the start. Today is the first day we can actually hear the starter, so the noise has been carried down by that tailwind. Coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark, as you said, it was China who had opened up with the quicker start out of the blocks, but it's actually the Czech crew in lane number 3 who are leading it out here. Very experienced crew, raced a number of times in the World Cup last year, placing around 5th or 6th in some of those races in the women's pair. So coming up on 1,000 metres, it is in control here. Lane 3, the Czech Republic, just back then to China 2 in second place at the moment, ahead of the Danish crew in lane 2.
Dobro jutro svima, evo nas na jezeru Ada Ciganlije u Beogradu i Srbiji na svetskom kupu i posljednji finalni dan za veslače. Otpočeli smo ovo sveže jutro sa finalem B u klasi ženski dvojac i na startu se našlo 5 devojaka, 5 timova zapravo iz 4 države. 2 kineska tima su krenula snažno i Kina 2 je preuzela bila vođstvo u prvih 500 metara, međutim devojke iz Češke Republike Flamikova i Novotnikova su preuzele vođstvo i one sada dominiraju u ovoj trci. Dakle, Čehinje vode, Kina 2 na drugoj poziciji, Dankinje su treće, a potom u zaostatku tim iz Kine 1 i Australija sa velikim zaostatkom.
So Tim, these crews will be coming into view now, and it's all those centre lanes, lanes 2, 3 and 4, with the Czech crew now opening up even more of a lead.
From the Czech Republic leading the field and comfortably ahead of the crew from Denmark to their right, and but there is also that quick crew from China, which you already mentioned. That's the crew China 2, relatively close to us now at the commentary position. They have that second position in this B final. Crews here in the B final contesting places 7 to 11. So that crew from the Czech Republic currently leading the field. They look to win this B final, and they have, I think, a comfortable margin. They have, well, a length of clear water ahead of China 2, with the crew from Denmark in lane 2 in third position at this stage. And on the far side we can see China 1 racing as well. They're former juniors. They make their senior debut here at this first World Cup of the Paris Olympiad. On closest to us we have the crew from Australia. Both of these athletes part of the Paris squad actually, and they do very well to try and keep in touch with the other crews, but they are just behind the rest of the field, with the Czech Republic now moving through the 1500 meter mark, well in front of China 2, followed by Denmark.
Na 500 metara pre završetka prve trke današnjeg programa u pitanju je B finale ženskog dvojca, vodi posada Češke, na drugoj poziciji je Kina 2, treća Danska, četvrta Kina 1 i na posljednjem mjestu nalazi se Australija.
So some encouragement coming from the coaches who cycle, who are on the cycling path right behind us. Some encouragement, I think, to the crew from the Czech Republic, who are leading comfortably, still ahead of China 2, with Denmark in hot pursuit, trying to make a move and try to get past that second crew from China as they come into the Red Buoy area.
Yeah, and as they come in towards the Red Buoy area, no dramas at all here for this combination from the Czech Republic. They kept their calm in that first sprinting stage out of the blocks and have rode through China 2 comfortably to take the lead here in this B final.
Češka posada Ratka Novotnikova i Pavlina Flornikova od početka ove trke imaju prednost. Sada je ona 25 metara u odnosu na Kinu 2, treća je Danska, četvrta je Kina 1, a peta je posljednja, ubedljivo posljednja, Australija.
So I think the top three places here fairly set, coming towards us in the tower. A final last attempt here by China 2 to raise the rating. It is closing the gap somewhat to the leading crew from the Czech Republic, but it is going to be Flamikova and Novotnika of the Czech Republic who cross the line. And China 2 working hard here to keep this half-length advantage over Denmark's Laidlaw and Vickelso, who will come home in third, leaving the remaining two crews from China 1 and Australia to come home in that order. So already approaching the 1,000-meter marker here in the B final of the men's coxless pairs. Uruguay in 1, Croatia in 2, Slovenia in 3, Turkey in 4, Switzerland 1 in 5 and Lithuania 2 in 6.
Počelo je finale B za muške dvojce, Urugvaj, Hrvatska, Slovenija, Turska, Švajcarska 1 i Litvanija 2.
Richie, looking at the times from the 1,000, we've got a close one on our hands here.
Just a canvas separating the first three crews as they passed us here at the 1,000-meter mark. The Lithuanian pair nearest to us in lane 6, the first set of twins in this race, they were leading it out, and then in second place is the other twins from Croatia, the Lonarčić brothers that are racing here together. They were the 1 and 2, Slovenia in third, but just a canvas separating first and third, and then the other crews just still within a length of the leaders.
Nastavljamo sa finalem B, muški dvojac klasa. Imamo 6 država i 6 dvojaca i snažno su krenuli u šestoj traci Litvanija 2 i to su braća Stankunas, Domantas i Dovidas. To su ispod 23 godine prošlogodišnji šampioni, znači srebro na svetskom takmičenju i oni vode u ovih prvih 1000 metara. Prate ih potom momci iz Slovenije, iz Maribora, a na trećoj poziciji nalaze se braća iz Hrvatske, Lončarić.
So, Tim, I think the lead is going to change here stroke for stroke. How's it looking at the 1500?
Race here in this B final of the men's pair. We have 3 crews up amongst it. The Lithuanian crew, the Stanukas twins here closest to us. I think they are still in the lead, but not by much, because there is a charge coming from the other crews, with Slovenia also very close to the front of the field. Actually, I think the crew from Slovenia have the momentum at this stage, but it's there's not much between them as they pass the 1500 meter mark, and the Lonkaric twins from Croatia on the far side in 3rd position, but just Lithuania in the lead as they cross the 1500.
Drugo B finale današnjeg programa, muški dvojac na 1550 metara. Od početka trke vodi par iz Slovenije, na drugoj poziciji je dvojac iz Litvanije, treći su Hrvati. Četvrto i peto mesto, tu je možda i najveća borba u ovom trenutku između Turske i Švajcarske 1. Urugvaj je na 6. poziciji.
So great to see this younger generation of less experienced athletes coming here to Belgrade to race here at the senior level. They come towards you, Camilla, with that Lithuanian crew still in front, but it's Baubel for Baubel with the crew from Slovenia.
Yeah, what a race we've had here in the Coxers pairs. If you're in the grandstand, you'll just see how close this is. But it is the under-23 silver medalists from this category and European under-23 champions, the Stankunas twins from Lithuania, that lead the charge towards the line.
Velika borba za 7. mesto na svetskom kupu u muškom dvojcu. Trenutnu prednost blagu ima Slovenija, sledi Litvanija 2, pa Hrvatska.
Lots of opportunity for positions to change here in this final 100 metres as the final sprint is mounted by the Lončarićes of Croatia over on the far side of the lake in lane number 2. They're coming for Lithuania, and Slovenia have slid through the middle of the pack and noticed here to try and take this win in the B final, and I think they've done it. They've now got 3/4 of a length coming towards the line here. Kas and Krebs of Slovenia will finish ahead of Lithuania and Croatia. It's then going to be Baubel for Baubel between Switzerland, but with the crew from Uruguay stopping before the line, they're demoted to 5th ahead of 6th, the crew from Turkey. Our next race is the B final of the women's double sculls. We're already going through 600 metres gone. In lane 1, China. In lane 2, Netherlands. 3. In lane 3, Hungary. And in lane 4, Poland.
Sljedeća trka je finale B, ženski double scull. Kina je, Holandija 3, Mađarska i Poljska.
Well, we've been hotting up through the stages of competition here in Belgrade, and the B finals certainly don't disappoint. This one looks just as close, Richie.
Yeah, these smaller boats, very little between the crews as they come through us now at the 1,000 metre mark, and a very competitive race in final B of the women's double sculls. Leading it out at the moment, it is the crew from Poland in lane number 4. These crews have been competed at the European under-23s in the quad, where they placed 4th last year, now racing in the double sculls here in the B final, and they are leading it out in lane 4. Ahead of the crew from Hungary in lane 3 in 2nd place at the moment. Just a couple of lengths separating 1st to 4th, and I think it's going to be a very competitive second half of the race here. The Chinese pair now coming back into contention in lane 1. Nice push from them on the far side from us here. So just coming through 1,000 metres, I'd say about a length and a half separating 1st, 2nd and 3rd. It's Poland, China, Hungary. They're the 1, 2 and 3.
Evo, dame to rade najbolje. Ženski dubl klasa pred nama, 4 sjajna ženska tima i odlično su startovale i kineskinje i Holandija 3, Mađarice i Poljakinje. I jedna oštra borba do prvih 1000 metara. ali ipak Poljakinje ne daju svoju lidersku poziciju i one gaze na svom putu u ovoj trci finale B. Na drugoj poziciji drže se Mađarice, a Kina je na trećoj poziciji za sada, Holandija 3 na 4. mestu.
We're in for a treat here, Tim. I think the crews are bunching up again, just about 2 lengths separating first and fourth. Still the Polish crew. How do you think those Netherlands guys there in fourth are going to fare?
Yeah, they have their work cut out to get back in contention and back to the front of the field with Minke Holleboom and Lisa Bruinings from the Netherlands, with the bow woman there, Lisa Bruinings, being an under-23 world champion. She's racing her heart out, but she has a boat length to make up to the leading Polish crew, which also contains a two-time under-23 world champion in Olga Mikhailovic. She's in the front, but the challenge is coming from the crew from China on the far side, with 2 junior athletes making their international debut here in Belgrade, and they're doing it in quite some style. Also still in the mix is the double from Hungary, currently I think in 3rd position, but almost level with the Chinese crew on their left-hand side. Still Poland moving smoothly, relatively high rate, 36 strokes a minute, but still in the lead and still looking very comfortable with 500 meters to go.
Na 500 metara pre završetka B finala u ženskom dublu, Poljakinje se nalaze na prvoj poziciji. U ovom trenutku sve ostale takmičarke se bore za plasman na 2. i 3. mesto, s tim što Kina ozbiljno preti, a 3. su u ovom trenutku Mađarice, 4. Holanđanke.
So places 7 to 10 in this B final. Poland leading the field with 500 meters to go, followed by the crew from China in lane number 1. Hungary very close behind the Chinese crew, and then the Dutch boat length behind the crew from Hungary. So it's still everything to play for. We know the Dutch can raise their game and sprint towards the line and make up a lot of margin, but Poland look really good and in control in front of the field with 350 meters still left to go. Poland looking very good, but they have a margin of 3 meters over the fast finishing Chinese crew on the far side of the lake. So Camilla, a big sprint coming from the Chinese double there. We'll see if they can get the win here in the B final from Poland.
Well, actually, just watching the distances here from the tower, I think, not that I'm a betting woman, but Hungary here coming through the field. They've mounted the charge early. They're up at 39 strokes a minute and have just pushed through Poland here, the leaders for the majority of the chunk of the middle part of this race. And China are going to have to react here if they want to be in the mix for the win.
Velika borba za 7. mesto u finalu B ženskog dubl skula. Preuzela je Mađarska vođstvo, trenutno na 2. mestu je Poljska, 3. Kina, a tek 4. Holandija 3.
Is it going to be timed to perfection here for Kramer and Preil of Hungary as they move towards the last 10 strokes of their B final? They've now got a length advantage over Poland, and in fact China coming here for second. I think Poland have just died off a little bit. It's going to be the final 2 strokes here. Hungary will take the win in this B final ahead of China and Poland. The Netherlands coming right back into it, but not enough to better their 4th position over the line. The B final now of the men's double sculls, already at 800 metres gone. In lane 1, Greece. In lane 2, Belgium. In lane 3, the Czech Republic. In lane 4, the Netherlands. In lane 5, Ukraine. And in lane 6, China.
Počelo je finale B u muškom dublu. Grčka 1, Belgija, Češka, Holandija 1, Ukrajina, Kina 1.
Well, we were absolutely spoilt by that last B final with how close it was. The Dutch finishing in 4th position overall, but it looks like they're leading this one in the men's double sculls, Richie.
Very close race coming to the 1,000 metre mark, but it is, as you said, that Netherlands crew, centre of the course in lane 4. A very experienced crew with some of these athletes having competed at the Olympics, placing first in the men's quad, in the bow seat, and then in the stroke seat, second in the men's double as well. They're leading it out here. They've just opened up clear water going through 1,000, and then it's really tight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th between Ukraine and China. Nearest to us and near the enclosure, the Chinese crew just falling back a little bit now. Ukraine doing well to take 2nd place here, but it looks like Netherlands in control of the race.
U muškom dublu evo i finalista B, veslači iz 6 država i gledamo kako Holandija jedan tim odlično od samog starta predvodi u ovoj trci. Ovo su olimpijski pobednici u dublu i četvercu iz prošle godine, a brojanik Štroker daje dobar tempo Metse Makersu i mislim da će oni, ako ovako nastave, uzeti odličnu poziciju. Na drugom mestu za sada drže se Ukrajinci, na trećoj poziciji dobro su se plasirali sada Grčka 1 i njihov dubl, a potom slede Belgijanci na četvrtoj poziciji i preostali su Česi i Ukrajinci.
So, Tim, surprising not to see this Dutch double scull into the A final, but they're doing well to control this race here. Fastest moving boat and highest rate at the moment.
In the B final. A big shock yesterday in the semi-final where they got rode through by Great Britain, pipped on the line and relegated to this B final. They are the class of this field though, and Koen Metsenmakers and Stef Broening are really dominating this race. They are hammering along 38 strokes a minute. We see that high rate of striking in the Dutch sculling squad more often, and they have a length of clear water over the crew from Belgium in lane number 2, but it's very tight for the in the rest of the field with Greece, the Czech Republic and the Ukraine going stroke for stroke to the line for that 8th position here in the B final, but the Dutch out in front.
U B finalu muškog dubla u završnici trke na prvoj poziciji ubedljivo nalaze se Danci, svi ostali, Holanđani, svi ostali bore se za drugo i treće mesto, Belgija, Češka, Grčka i Ukrajina, dok su Kinezi šesti.
So the Dutch with a comfortable margin, but at rate 40 already, there's not much more that they can do to raise their game when they come in the Red Bull area.
Yeah, looking to prove a point here. The Netherlands that they should have been contesting that A final. An Olympic gold medalist in the bow seat, Koen Metsenmakers, and Stefan Broening in the stroke seat. Olympic silver medalist from this very boat category. So looking to dominate this B final that they've done to this point. But what a race here for second place on the far side of the lake.
Završnica finala B u muškom dublu, trenutno u vođstvu holandski dubl, prate Belgijanci pa Česi.
Talented under-23 Tristan van den Busche in the bow seat for Belgium, hauling them past the Czech Republic to try and bring them up into third place. The Czech Republic responding here. Podrazel and Chinchabush here are fighting for their lives. Bowball for Bowball. The Dutch will cross the line with 3/4 of a length. It's going to be on the line for the Czech Republic into second ahead of Belgium. Ukraine will finish in 4th ahead of Greece. And then China coming home in 6th position. The next race on the course is the B final of the men's coxless fours. In lane 1, Netherlands 4. In lane 2, India 1. In lane 3, China 1. In lane 4, Denmark. In lane 5, Ukraine. And in lane 6, Austria.
Trka broj 98, finale B, četverac bez kormilara. U prvoj stazi Holandija 4, druga Indija 1, treća staza Kina 1, četvrta Danska, peta Ukrajina i šesta Austrija.
Well, we're going to see another Chinese crew contending the A final later on for the medals. They've looked really strong across this category, and they're currently leading out this B final here, Richie, as they come towards you.
These Chinese crew, they're also competing in the 8 later on, so a nice way to start the day here, leading out the B final of the men's 4. They are the fastest crew at the moment, and it's the Indian crew in lane 2, India 1. They're in second place. Staying with them, there's just about a quarter of a length separating China and India, and they're right beside each other in lane 2 and 3. So they're well able to keep an eye on the field as they move ahead of the crews from Netherlands, Denmark, Ukraine and Austria. So at the moment, coming through 1,000 meters, just by about a canvas, it is China leading India.
Brza trka, finale B, muški četverac bez kormilara. Od starta kineski tim, Kina 1 sa Štrokerom, Jincen Mengom. Odličan tempo i zadaje dosta muka. Ostalim timovima prate ih Indija 1 sa Štrokerom, Ašišom koji ima jedan zaostatak od samo 88 stotinki. Dakle, sve je neizvesno. Na trećoj poziciji drže se Austrijanci, a potom četvrti Danci, peti su Holandija 4. Očekivali smo možda jedan jači udar od njih i posle posljednji su posljednji su šesti momci iz Ukrajine i njihov četverc.
So all the action here is in lanes 2, 3, and the Netherlands crew as well on the far side just coming into contention as well. But it's China still holding on. The Indian crew in second place looking very well there, Tim.
Yeah, that's a nice little surprise to see them up in the field. They are still well in contact, just a third of a length behind the leading crew from China, who look very smooth. We saw their colleagues from the other men's four competing in the A final later today, by the way. They looked very smooth, and we see a similar rhythm here from the Chinese crew. Nice, long, lengthy rhythm coming off the stroke man there in lane number 3 for China, and the crew from India looking very impressive, I must admit. Behind India, there is a nice tussle here between the crews from Austria and the Ukraine, with the other crews from Denmark and the Netherlands fighting it out for the minor places. But still, China half a length in front of India, and India is about 3/4 of a length ahead of Austria, but it's everything to play for with 450 meters left to row.
Za prvo mesto u B finalu muškog četverca bez kormilara u ovom trenutku bore se Kina 1, Indija 1 koje se nalaze na prve dve pozicije. Slede Austrija, Danska i Ukrajina, dok je Holandija u ovom trenutku na posljednjoj poziciji.
So great move there from the Chinese crew to extend their advantage over India, and they come towards Yuka Miller in the finish tower. It's going to be a very good finish for the win, but also right behind them between the other crews, with the Netherlands dropping off slightly in the final stages of this race.
Yeah, we've seen a great display from the men's sweep side here for China. They've brought a really strong squad over that will be competing in the 8 later on again today, as you say, Tim. But this 4 here have taken command of this B final and look to win it in style.
Završnica finala B, trenutno u vođstvu Kina 1, Indija 1 odmah za njima, a bit će velika borba za 3. mesto ovde u finalu B.
Well, India currently in a great second place here over in lane number 2. They are going to have to watch themselves from a fast-moving Ukrainian quartet that just slips up the near side of the tower here. I think they are going to have the boat speed to carry them over the line in second, but not enough to overhaul China, current winners of this B final, are on the line there. I spoke too soon. A great surge from Ukraine. We'll bring you the result of that in just a moment's time. It was bow ball for bow ball. The remainder of the crews trickle in there. Austria, Denmark and the Netherlands. And indeed, behind China there, Ukraine did just enough to push through on the line into second place in that B final of the men's fours. The women's single B final now on the course. In lane number 1 for China, Wang Zifeng. In lane 2 for Lithuania, Donata Karliena. In lane 3 for the Czech Republic, Anna Santrakova. In lane 4 for the Netherlands, Lisa Skaynard. In lane 5 for Spain, Virginia Diaz-Rivas. And in lane 6 for Bulgaria, Desislava Angelova.
Krenulo je finale B u ženskom skifu. U prvoj stazi Kina 4, Wang. Staza 2, Litvanija Karalijene, staza 3, Češka 2, Santručkova, staza 4, Liza Skenard, Holandija 2, staza 5, Virginija Diaz-Rivas, Španija i staza 6, Desislava Angelova, Bugarska.
Well, we've already mentioned there's been a few surprises in these B finals here at the first World Cup, and one of those I certainly found was Lisa Skaynard of the Netherlands ending up in this women's single B final. How's she getting on now, Richie?
Leading it out, so she is in control of the race coming up to 1,000 meters, and as you said, a bit of a surprise that she is not in the A final, but she's putting down a marker here now coming up to the 1,000 meter mark. Quickest off the start, it was the Czech Republic sculler Anna Santrakova, young sculler here, winner of course of the under 23 European and European sculls. She's staying in touch at the moment in second place, but Lisa looking good here for the Netherlands. The rain is coming down now here, so the water has calmed down a little bit. That tailwind seems to be petering out and helping the crews along now, staying them cool in this in the rain. But it is the Netherlands leading it out. Lisa Scheenaert in control here, just about a length's lead now coming up on the 1,000 metre mark. Very little then between the Czech Republic and Lithuania. Anna Stančíková, Donatella Karlin from Lithuania, they're the 1, 2 and 3. They're just opening up a little bit of clear water ahead of the scullers then from China 4, Spain and Bulgaria for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Na svetskom kupu u Beogradu kreće lagano da pada kiša, ali to ne smeta skifiskinjima. Finale B za devojke, ženski skif i od starta Holandiju 2 predstavlja Lisa Scheenaert koja je iz dubla skula došla u ovu klasu i gledamo je sada od samog starta kako zadaje dosta brigi i glavobolje Ani Santrukovoj iz Češke Republike. Ona je na drugom mestu za sada. Donata Karalijena iz Litvanije na 3. poziciji. Potom slede devojke iz Bugarske, Kine i posljednja je Španjolka Virginia Díaz Rivas.
So as they come down towards you, Tim, it is Lisa in control of the race here.
Yeah, she is. I think she found the right rhythm today here in the B final. Yesterday, she mentioned that her rhythm was more suitable for a 3K race than a 2K race, and she seems to have found the right rhythm here as she comes towards us at the 1500. She's a length ahead of Donata Karolina from Lithuania and Stančíková from the Czech Republic, who are almost level as they come towards us, although the Czech sculler is dropping back slightly. A little move there from the sculler from Lithuania to get into a second place, but Lisa Scheenaert still way in front, a good length, a healthy margin at this stage, as the rain is coming down here as well, but it doesn't seem to hinder any of the athletes here. Lisa looking smooth at 34 strokes a minute as she moves to the 1500 with Karolina from Lithuania in third and Stančíková from the Czech Republic in second, with Stančíková from the Czech Republic, the bronze medalist from last year's European Under-23 Championships, in third. And a great push here coming from Angelova from Bulgaria in lane 6 to challenge for the third spot.
U završnici B finala ženskog skifa u ovom trenutku na ubedljivoj prvoj poziciji nalazi se Lisa Scheenaert iz Holandije. Druga Litvanka, treća Čehinja. Na 4. mestu nalazi se bugarska takmičarka, zatim sledi Špankinja i na kraju na 6. mestu Kineskinja.
So Lisa Scheenaert going for a change of gear right in front of our commentary position to extend her lead to just a little bit of clear water over the sculler from Lithuania. Still in second position with Stančíková from the Czech Republic, having a great fight for third here with the sculler from Bulgaria, Angelova, as they come towards the Red Bull area.
Yeah, such a tough event, the single sculls across the board. There's always so many entries, so to even place in the B final is quite the fight for Olympic medalists such as Lisa Scheenaert and Donata Karolina of Lithuania. And no surprise to see those two athletes up at the front of the field here, moving into 250 meters to go.
Prva 2 mesta su odlučena već. Lisa Scheenaert će biti prva, Donata Karolina druga. Velika borba biće za 3. mesto. Trenutno Bugarka na 3. mestu, Španjolka na 4.
One final push here from all of these scullers, the last race of their weekend for many. And Lisa Scheenaert has been slowly raising the rating, slowly raising the pressure throughout the last 500 meters. And she's done enough to secure clear water ahead of Karolina of Lithuania. A disappointing performance for her to end up in the B final, and looking to set that right with second place. And as they come towards the line, it's going to be victory here for the Netherlands. Lisa Scheenaert is then going to be Donata Karolina of Lithuania, Anna Stančíková of the Czech Republic, coming in ahead of Díaz Rivas of Spain, Bulgaria's Angelova, and then China's Wang to complete the field. It's going thick and fast here this morning in these B finals as we're already approaching 900 meters gone in the men's single event. In lane 1 for Spain, Jofre Esenciales. In lane 2 for Hungary, Petavarin Molnar. In lane 3, Nakov of Bulgaria. In lane 4, Seka of Denmark. In lane 5, Biskup of Poland. And in lane number 6, Galambos of Hungary. Richie, I'm going to throw it straight to you as they come past your commentary position.
So the lead has changed a number of times here off of the start. It was the Hungarian sculler leading it out a very high rate, coming up to the 500 metre mark. But just in the last few strokes, it is the Danish sculler, Bastian Secker, young 22-year-old here. He's now opening up a lead. Staying in touch, though, in lane 1 on the far side, it is Spain, Jordi Jofre Santiales. They in second place at the moment, literally 3 or 4 lengths separating all 6 crews. A very exciting finish here, lining up for the men's single sculls final B.
Najveća i najbrojnija klasa u kojoj smo imali 30 veslača na svetskom kupu u Beogradu i od toga 10 olimpijaca, upravo pred nama i veslaju u disciplini i klasi muški skif finale B. Od toga su na startu bila čak i 2 mađarska skif veslača. Kako stvari stoje nakon 1000 metara, lider je Bastian Seher iz Danske i on je preuzeo vođstvo u odnosu na Mađara Petavarin Molnara. Molnar je pao sada na 4. poziciju. Dakle, vodi Bastian Seher. Na drugoj poziciji izborio se Poljak Matijaš Biškup. On je sa 4. pozicije ubrzao i dao bolji tempo. Na 3. mestu nalazi se Španac za sada.
So, Tim, similar to what we saw yesterday, it's the third 500 that seems to be where the scullers and smaller boats are settling out. It still looks like Bastian Secker from Denmark leading it out.
Yeah, it's the under-23 bronze medalist from Denmark who is leading this race, just a length in front of the Polish sculler Biskup, who is looking ominous in second position. And on the far side, we have Jordi Jofre Esenciales from Spain still in the mix. But it's great to see the young athlete from Denmark leading this. It's a very mature style of racing. He's looking to his Polish competitor as he tries to break clear and get that open water advantage, but the Polish sculler doesn't let him go that easily. We have still 500 meters left to row, and it's still Denmark in 1, Poland in second position, and Spain in third as they come through the 1500.
B finale muškog skifa na svetskom kupu u Beogradu. Na prvoj poziciji na 1600 metara nalazi se Danac Seher, na drugom mestu je Poljak, treći je Španac, četvrti Bugarin, a na poslednja 2 mesta nalazi se predstavnici Mađarske.
So Biskup from Poland definitely making a move to get ahead of Seher from Denmark as they come towards the finish.
Yeah, a little bit more shaken out here into the final 500 meters, and a great race for the young Dane, Bastian Secker, who continues to move away from the rest of the pack. It's then still Poland that sit in second position. Mateusz Biskup out of the double scull into this single and struggling here to get the better of Denmark.
U završnici finala B u muškom skifu u prednosti Bastian Seher, trenutno na drugoj poziciji Mateusz Biskup, a na 3. mestu Jordi Jofre Esenciales.
One last opportunity here to try and change the order, and Jofre Esenciales moving very quickly over in lane number 1. He's got his eyes firmly set on taking second place ahead of Biskup of Poland. He keeps looking across the lake just to assess where he is, but no one will catch Secker of Denmark, who has a length advantage ahead of Biskup over the line for Poland. Spain will cross in third. It's then going to be the Bulgarian Emil Nakov that comes across in fourth. Petavarin Molnar Bendegush of Hungary will join his teammate Galambos Petter at the back of the field. We're already at 800 metres now in the B final of the lightweight women's double sculls. In lane 1, China 3. In lane 2, Denmark. In lane 3, Spain. In lane 4, Switzerland. In lane 5, Austria. In lane 6, China 2.
Krenulo je finale B za ženski dubl za lake veslačice. U prvoj stazi Kina 3, Danska, Španija, Švajcarska, Austrija i Kina 2 u stazi 6.
Well, we say it time and time again. The lightweight double sculls always one to watch, and I think this is going to be another absolutely cracking race coming towards you, Richie.
Absolutely, we're in for a great finish here. At the 1,000-metre mark, it's so competitive. There's, I'd say, a length and a half separating first to sixth. The more experienced crews or international crews are in lane 4, 5 and 6, the Swiss, Austrian and Chinese crew. Coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, it's the Chinese crew in lane 6, just leading it out. They've about a half a canvas over the Spanish double in second place. They're the 1 and 2, but just one length separating first to third, and then another length separating from 4 to 6. Very competitive race here in the lightweight women's doubles.
Evo nas u dublu za lake veslačice. Dame veslaju i od starta pokazalo se da su Kina 2 sa štrokirkom Huiru Li odlično povele ovu trku. Na drugoj poziciji na 1000 metara drže se Austrijanke, treće su Španjolke, četvrte devojke iz Švajcarske, pete su Dankinje, šeste Kine 3.
So contrasting styles here in the techniques from each of the crews, but it's great to see such a competitive race here in the B final. Very little between them, and it does look like, Tim, the Chinese crew nearest to you coming into view, leading it out.
They've really taken this race by the scruff of the neck right from the get-go. They got their boat in front of the rest of the field, but it's extremely close here in this B final of the lightweight women's double sculls. It's behind China too. It's Austria, Switzerland, Spain and Denmark still within a length of each other, with the very young crew, China 3 on the far side of the lake, making their debut here in Belgrade, finding the pace just a bit too hot to handle. But their colleagues from China too are leading, but it's half a length in front of the crew from Austria, Switzerland and Spain, basically level as they come towards the commentary position here at the 1500. And still that crew from Denmark with Persson and Morch Pedersen also still in the mix. But it's going to get really great to see this the sprint for the line, because I think the center lanes are catching up to that very fast starting China 2 crew.
Na 1500 metara od početka finala dubla za lake veslačice na prvoj i šestoj poziciji nalaze se dve kineske postave. Kina 2 je prva, Kina 3 šesta. Sve ostale posade bore se za drugu i treću poziciju. To su Austrija, Švajcarska, Španija i Danska.
So it's the four crews in the center lanes basically level as they will unfold their charge towards the line, with China 2 still in front. But the big question is, can they maintain the lead they have? It's not much, but Camilla at the finish tower will give you the answer when they arrive at the finish.
Well, positions remaining the same from where you are, Tim, but I wonder whether the cowbells from the Swiss fans are going to carry them further up the pack. Great to hear, no matter rain nor shine, those cowbells ringing out in the grandstands. It's still China 2 leading the way in this B final of the lightweight women's double sculls.
Vrlo zanimljiva završnica finala B ženskih dublova za lake veslačice. Kina 2 ima prednost i ona će kao prva proći kroz cilj. Španska posada trenutno zaostaje samo 1 metar, kao i Danska na trećem mestu.
The ratings go up. I can see a real sprint finish here coming from lane number 3. That's the Spanish duo, Navarro and Lau Sanchez, just shortening up on the slide to try and get themselves really comfortably into the lead, and they've got about a canvas now ahead of China. They've made a real impact in this final 250 meters and continue to move. It's then going to be the pressure on the Danish to also go with them, and I think they've done that. China now slipping back into third as they come towards the line. Spain with that magnificent sprint, the last 30 strokes there, gaining them half a length over Denmark. China will take third. It's then going to be the Swiss in fourth ahead of Austria, and then China 3 completing the field from lane number 1. Just 5 crews competing in the next event. We've had one withdrawal from Austria 2 in lane number 6 due to a medical. At 800 metres, though, in lane 1, Uzbekistan, in lane 2, Denmark, in lane 3, Austria 1, in lane 4, Chile, and in lane 5, India 1 in this B final of the lightweight men's double sculls.
Krenulo je finale B za dubl za lake veslače. Uzbekistan, Danska, Austrija 1, Kina i Indija 1, Austrija 2 odustala zbog bolesti Sebastijana Kabasa.
Well, Richie, is this race going to be quite as good as the last?
I think it's photo finishes all the way if this is anything to go by. Coming through 1,000 metres, it is the crews from Denmark and Austria changing lead stroke from stroke. So there is very little between the two of them. Staying in touch, Uzbekistan on the far side in lane 1, and the Indian crew rowing nicely here in lane 5, nearest to the enclosure side, staying in touch as well. The Chinese crew just a little bit further back, out of touch at the moment, but anything can happen here, and the lead has changed a number of times in the last 200 metres. At the moment, it's Austria leading Denmark out at the 1,000-metre mark.
U klasi dubl za lake veslače, koji zajedno treba da imaju 140 kg, dobro su se sada pokazali na 1000 metara Austrija 1 tim sa štrokerom Julianom Schoeberlom. Dakle, oni su preuzeli vođstvo od Danaca, Modesta i Petersena i oni su pali na drugu poziciju. Treći su za sada Uzbekistanci, četvrti su Indija 1 tim, a peti su Kinezi. Nažalost, Austrija 2 zbog bolesti Sebastijana Kabasa nije izašla na startnu liniju.
So just as they head away from us and on the way down to you, Tim, it looks like the Austrian crew have done enough to move out into lead. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep on to it, though. The Danish crew right beside them in lane 2 looking quite dangerous.
The Austrian crew by 2 strokes a minute, and it's a very dynamic rhythm coming from that Austrian double in the lead, but not by much. It's I think half a length with 500 meters still left to go, and I think the Austrian crew was quicker yesterday in the semi-final than the Danish double, but Pedersen and Modest, they're looking ominous, but they have to concede a little bit more of a margin as the Austrian crew is trying to break clear at the 1500, followed by the crew from Uzbekistan on the far side of the lake in third, with the Indian crew, the 11th place crew at the Tokyo Olympics in fourth, and it's Chile in fifth.
Na 400 metara pre završetka B finala dubla za lake veslače vodi austrijska prva posada, jedina koja je u ovoj trci. Imaju čamac prednosti u odnosu na Dance, treći su Indijci, četvrti je Uzbekistan, a peta je Kina.
So Austrian crew already at 39 strokes a minute, but the Danish crew right beside them at 38. So already very high up in the rhythms here as they come towards Camilla and Zelko in the finish tower.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. Rate 40 now for that crew in the centre of the lake, Austria. 41 just as I speak. They really are going for all the fireworks here in their final race of the weekend, despite having a fairly comfortable margin here in this B final of the lightweight men's double sculls.
Završnica finala B, dubla za lake veslače, od početka do kraja Austrija 1 u vođstvu. Pitanje je samo ko će proći kao drugi. Trenutno je na toj poziciji Danska, sledi Uzbekistan.
Well, not as comfortable for the rest of the Austrians up at rate 40. The whole field now above rate 40 as they go for the line. It's going to be in second place, the Danish crew. And I think Uzbekistan, they look towards the tower thinking they will secure third. But over the line go Austria ahead of Denmark. Uzbekistan for third ahead of the Chilean crew. India will finish as the final boat in that B final of the lightweight men's double sculls. The B final now of the men's quadruple sculls, just passing through 700 metres. In lane 1, India. In lane 2, Belgium. In lane 3, the Czech Republic. And in lane 4, Great Britain.
Počelo je finale B za muški četverac Skull. Na stazi su Indija, Belgija, Češka i Velika Britanija.
Well, from small boats to big boats, very fast, furious and noisy, and they'll be powering towards you now at halfway, Richie.
They are indeed, and they seem to be taking a leaf out of the book of the smaller boats with just half a length separating all 4 crews coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. It was the Czech crew who were off to the faster start out of the blocks. Some of the crew there, the medalists from the under 23 Euro and World Championships, so bringing a lot of experience, but a young crew with the Czech crew in lane 3. It's actually GB leading it out here now. Just in the last few strokes, they've put on a push to open up about a canvas lead over that Czech crew in second place, the Belgians back in third, and then the Indian crew in fourth place at the moment, but just one length separating the crews from first to fourth going through 1,000 meters.
Fantastična regata na jezeru Ada Ciganlije u Beogradu, disciplina, muški, četverec, skul. U Beogradu smo imali 10 čamaca u ovoj klasi i od starta u ovoj finale B trci dominiraju britanski momci i veslači sa štrokerom Tom Barresom. Oni od starta, kažem, vode, međutim sada na 1000 metara češki tim je zauzeo drugu poziciju. Prate ih Belgijanci na trećem mestu i Indija, nažalost, sada poslednja, ali male su razlike, samo pola dužine.
So staying in touch in the lead there, it's Great Britain leading this one out nearest to you, Tim, but that Czech crew looking anonymous in the lane beside them for second place at the moment.
Yeah, the Czech crew was a faster crew yesterday in the semi-final. Their race was 6 minutes 2, whereas the British crew didn't have the best of races and finished 5th in a time of 6 minutes 6 seconds. But the British crew recovering well here in this B final with the two silver medalists from Tokyo in the stern of that crew. They're hammering along 34 strokes a minute. They look really nice and long and in control at this race. And the Czech Republic rating almost 40 strokes a minute, but keeping in touch with the crew from Great Britain as they come past the 1500 meter mark. Right beside them we have the crew from Belgium, also still in the mix, currently in second position, but on the surge it's basically level pegging between the Czech Republic and that crew from Belgium for second and third, with the crew from India dropping off as the crews raise their game towards the finish.
Poslednje B finale Svetskog kupa u Beogradu, na stazi su četverci, kao što ste mogli vidjeti, tačnije da čujete, u ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji je čamac iz Velike Britanije, drugo i treće mesto, velika borba između Belgijanaca i Čeha, četvrti su Indijci.
So a great turn of speed there from the Belgian crew, but the British quad raising their game too as they have the highest boat speed coming towards you, Camilla, at the finish.
Yeah, and it's what we'd expect, as you say, from those two Olympic silver medalists in this boat class contesting the B final. Tom Barres and Harry Leesk in the stern pair here, commanding the rating for GB. And they wind through into the line now to try and hold off this feisty charge from the Belgians.
Od početka do kraja vodila je britanska posada u ovom finalu B muškog četverca Skul. Pretnje Belgijanci, Česi su zaostali neki 30 metara, a Indija ubedljivo posljednja.
So the British have done enough in the middle part of this race to hang on from this fast sprinting Belgian crew. It's going to be almost a length as they cross the line to finish 7th overall in the men's quadruple sculls program. Belgium will finish second ahead of the Czech Republic in third, and then India will conclude the lineup here in this B final of the men's quadruple sculls. So that concludes the B finals here at the first World Rowing Cup in Belgrade. We'll have the A finals on the program next at 10:35, where we start with the PR1 men's single sculls. So stay with us, fill the grandstands. We'll be looking for our first medals of the day at 10:35.
Završena su B finala, sledi prvo A finale koje će biti održano u 10:35. Do tada kratka pauza.
The first of the A finals now here on the third day of racing at World Rowing Cup 1 Belgrade, Serbia.
Na redu je prvo finale ovde na svetskom kupu u veslanju u Srbiji.
This is the A final of the PR1 men's single sculls.
Muški skif za paraveslače.
In lane number 1, representing Mexico,
U stazi broj 1 predstavlja Meksiko.
Miguel Munoz Malagon. In lane number 2, representing Great Britain,
U stazi broj 2 Velika Britanija 2.
Callum Russell. In lane number 4, representing Hungary,
U stazi broj 4 iz Mađarske dolazi
Peto Zsolt. In lane number 5 for Australia,
U stazi broj 5 Australija.
Eric Horry. And in lane 6 for Great Britain,
A u stazi broj 6 je Britanac
Benjamin Pritchard.
Attention.
And we are underway with the first A final of the day in the PR1 men's single sculls.
Krenulo je prvo finale dana, muški skif za paraveslače.
So a great start here between the two on-form crews here in this PR1 men's single event. Eric Horry, multiple medalist in this event at the Paralympic Games and World Championships. Certainly a name on paper we'll be watching out for, but he's being led out at the moment by up-and-coming talent Benjamin Pritchard of Great Britain, fourth at last year's Paralympic Games in Tokyo, and a flying start for him through this first 200 metres.
Na stazi su paraveslači, Meksikanac Munoz Malagon, u drugoj stazi je Britanac Russell, odustao je Mohamed Abdelaziz iz Sudana, u stazi broj 4 Peto Zsolt Mađarska, u stazi broj 5 Eric Horry Australija i u stazi broj 6 Benjamin Pritchard Velika Britanija 1.
So following that fifth place at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, Benjamin Pritchard looks like he's been working on that lead out in this first 300 metres. Eric Horry, a much lower rate of striking here, sat in silver medal position. The Australian down at 35 strokes a minute in comparison to Pritchard's 38. And they'll come through the first timing marker with about half a length separating them at this early stage. As we pan back now to the bronze medal fight, well, as it stands at the moment, it looks to me like it's the second sculler from Great Britain, Callum Russell, on his senior international debut here in the World Cup season, who sits in bronze medal position.
U ovom trenutku Benjamin Pritchard ima blagu prednost u odnosu na Australijanca Erika Horija na trećem mestu i mestu koje vodi do bronzane medalje Callum Russell.
So margins remaining much the same at 500 metres gone in this A final of the PR1 men's single sculls. But with the best vantage point on the water is our commentary team at 1,000 metres, Brian Richie Richardson and Angelika Milicevic. And at 1,500 metres, Tim Van Vliet and Vladimir Maxa. Richie, this looks like it's going to be a real gladiatorial battle between Benjamin Pritchard of Great Britain and Eric Horry of Australia.
No let up between the two scullers in lanes 5 and 6. All the action for the gold and silver medal taking place there. Out of the start, it was the Australian who got off to the better start, Benjamin Pritchard, then putting on big pushes, rating higher, as you mentioned, Camilla, and pushing into the lead, but not moving away from the Australian sculler Eric Horry. They are matching each other stroke for stroke, just about half a metre separating the two crews as they went through the 500-metre mark. They're leading it out for first and second, gold and silver medals at stake for those crews, and some way back, as you mentioned, then to Callum Russell, looking nice and relaxed when we passed him earlier on in the enclosure, and he is leading out for the bronze medal at the moment ahead of the scullers from Hungary and Mexico. Very exciting prospect of a race here for the first medals of the day in the final of the PR men's single sculls. It's still leading it out. It's Benjamin Pritchard and the sculler then from Australia, Eric Horry. They're the 1 and 2, very little between them coming up towards us here at the 1,000-metre mark.
Prvi svetski kup u ovoj sezoni koji se evo odigrava pred nama u Beogradu. Imamo finalnu trku u klasi muški skif za par veslače. Od samog starta nekako smo i imali osjećaj da će ovo biti velika bitka između Britanaca i takmičara veslača iz Australije. Od samog starta Benjamin Pritchard, talentovani olimpijski veslač, je poveo ovu trku. Prati ga Eric Horry koji je uzeo zlato prošle godine na paraolimpijskim igrama u Australiji. Russell Callum, debitant, ovde je na 3. poziciji za sada, a potom Meksikanac na 4. mestu i 5. je Žolt Peto.
Such a competitive race here coming through 1,000 metres. You can see the crews leading it out here. Australia and GB in lanes 5 and 6, stroke for stroke matching each other. Just Eric with a slight lead here, Eric Horry in lane 5, just about half a canvas ahead of Benjamin Pritchard. But at this 1,000 metres, you'd imagine that the lead will change a number of times before they get down to decide who's going to take gold, who's going to take silver. Callum Russell in 3rd place on the far side in lane 2, rowing a really good race here. He's got the better of the Mexican and Hungarian scullers back in 3rd and 4th at the moment, but all the action up here is between Australia and GB. Eric Horry leading it out in lane 5, gold medal in prospect for him, but he's not having it his own way. Benjamin Pritchard from GB staying with him all the time and looking to put a push on now and trying to pull through for that gold medal.
Just past the 1250 meter mark with Eric Horry from Australia in the lead, but only just. He dominated the test race on Friday, where he led from start to finish and won that test race by 15 seconds. But it's a completely different story today here in the A final with Benjamin Pritchard from Great Britain, who finished 2nd in that test race, really going with the Australian seasoned campaigner, Eric Horry. He has 3 silver medals at the Paralympic Games, 5 World Championship medals, gold medals to his name, and he is making a move now. The higher boat speed is with Eric Horry from Australia as he moves away from Benjamin Pritchard in 2nd position. It's half a length between these two leading crews, and then we look towards Callum Russell from Great Britain, who is comfortably in the bronze medal position with the other competitors from Hungary. Peter Zult, I think he is in 4th position, but he's having a great battle here with the competitor from Mexico, Munuz Malagon, on the far side of the lake. They have a very good fight between them for places 4 and 5th, with the Mexican athlete being a multi-sport talent. He's competed in several Paralympic events. He tried basketball, he tried football, he completed an Ironman, and he's a really multi-talented athlete. But he's fighting here for the minor places. But the gold and the silver, it's still undecided. There's still a bit of overlap between the front runners, with Eric Horry still in front, 3/4 of a length ahead of Benjamin Pritchard in silver medal position.
Evo nas i u prvom finalu, ostalo je još nekih 450 metara do završetka trke za one najbrže. U ovom trenutku na prve dve pozicije nalaze se Erik Hori iz Australije i drugoplasirani Benjamin Pritchard iz Velike Britanije. Svi ostali su dosta daleko. U ovom trenutku jasno je da će treći na kraju biti sada jasno. Naravno, Callum Russell, on je došao 1500 metara, četvrti i peti u ovom trenutku Meksikanac i Mađar.
Up front in the field, there was a big push coming from Benjamin Pritchard from Great Britain to get level with Eric Horry from Australia. But Eric saw the threat and made a move of his own, raising the rate to 33 strokes a minute. And he still has the higher boat speed, although it's relatively equally matched with Benjamin Pritchard from Great Britain. Still the same between those two athletes, silver medal position, I think at the moment for Benjamin Pritchard, with Eric Horry still firmly in gold medal position and looking very good as well as they come towards the Red Buoy area. So just about 250 meters left to row for the two front runners, Camilla, but it's still very tight at the front of the field.
Yeah, I've been unable to take my eyes off this race for the gold medal out front between the Paralympic silver medalist Eric Horry from Tokyo, now stepping into this new season with a spring in his step, but he'll have been threatened the whole way by Benjamin Pritchard, who has now really got the bit between his teeth and is coming back on Horry with a vengeance into the Red Buoys.
Sjajna završnica finala muškog skifa za paraveslače. Kako sada stvari stoje, do zlata će doći Australijanac Erik Horry, drugi će biti Benjamin Pritchard, a treći Callum Russell iz Velike Britanije.
Well, this is certainly one of the closest races I've seen for gold here in this category of the PR1 men's single sculls. What an opener to the new season here, but it's going to be Eric Horry with calm and grace that moves through these final few strokes, and he's managed to establish clear water in the gold medal position as he winds down towards the line. That's some confidence there from the Australian, who'll take a gold medal in this World Cup 1 Belgrade, Serbia in the PR1 men's single sculls event. A silver medal to Benjamin Pritchard of Great Britain. Thumbs up to Eric Horry. Some great sportsmanship there over the line. And then the bronze medal currently sitting with the other British sculler. Could we see two GB boats here on the podium in this PR1 men's single sculls, as over in lane number 2, Callum Russell enters the final few strokes here. I can hear the shouts from the crowd as he concludes this 2,000 metre race. And a debut here in the World Cup season for Great Britain for Callum Russell. And what a start to his career as well. It will be a bronze medal for him as he crosses the line here in Belgrade. So shouts from the finished competitors here back towards the field as we look for the minor places in this A final. And it's currently Munoz Malagon of Mexico over in lane number 1 that holds on ahead of Peto Zsolt of Hungary from the centre lanes as the rain pours down here at the finish. It's going to be a 4th place finish for the Mexican. And Hungary coming in for 5th here. Peto Zsolt will end his campaign here in this PR1 men's single event. And a white flag from the umpire will conclude that first A final of the day in the PR1 men's single sculls. The next A final on the course will be for the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Sljedeće finale mešoviti double scull za paraveslače.
A two-boat lineup here in this A final, going head-to-head for the gold medal. Here in lane number 1, representing Australia.
Za Australiju predstavljaju u prvoj stazi
Catherine Ross and Simon Albury. And in lane number 2 for Mexico.
U stazi broj 2 za Meksiko vesluju
Hector Arriaga Chavez and Angeles Gutierrez.
Australia, Mexico, attention.
And we are underway in this A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Krenulo je finale mešovitog double sculla za paraveslače.
Both of these crews competed in the preliminary test race that took place on Friday. And it was Australia that triumphed in that test race, and it's been a great start for them once again with a medal on the line here. Ross and Albury here up at 35 strokes a minute. Mexico really powering through that first 100 metres, 40 strokes a minute, a punishing rhythm here for Gutierrez in the stroke seat.
Ova dva čamca takmičila su se i u test trci. Australija naravno pobedila i ona je favorit i u ovom finalu. Trenutna prednost australijskog dvojca, to jest mešovitog dubla, je 20 metara.
Catherine Ross in the stroke seat for Australia, doubling up here at this regatta. She contested the final of the PR2 women's single sculls yesterday, where she just missed out to Lauren Rolls of Great Britain, but a great team here. She's joined her partner Simon Albury in this combination of the mixed double sculls. And it's a lightning quick start for them. They've opened up an ocean of clear water ahead of the Mexican duo. And I think it's going to be a golden opportunity for them here on the lake in Belgrade.
Dakle, i dalje u vođstvu australijski dubl koji povećava prednost u odnosu na meksički par. Za Australiju nastupaju Simon Albury i Catherine Ross, a za Meksiko Hector Arriaga Chavez i Angeles Gutierrez.
Absolutely stunning conditions. Now the rain has lifted here on Lake Arda. It's created some nice flat, calm water for the athletes who'll be competing throughout this morning in the A finals. It's brilliant to watch, and the Australians here just utilising that and really taking advantage of the flat water to get a lot of send on the boat. And as they go through 500 metres, it's almost 12 seconds separating themselves and the combination from Mexico. But out there on the water, it's Richie and Angelica.
So as you said, ideal conditions now. The rain has lifted, the wind has dropped down as well. Still a little bit of a tailwind, but not as strong as it was for the earlier races we had. And we're in now to about just over 500, 600 metres gone in the PR2 mixed double sculls between Australia and Mexico. As you said, out of the start, it was the Australian crew that were leading this out. Mexico staying in touch, but since the 500 metre mark, the classy crew from Australia, they've just moved on it. And and opened up more than a clear water lead here over the Mexicans. So looking good for Australia so far. Simon Aylbury in the bow seat, Catherine Ross in the stroke seat, having raced on Friday. Catherine also competed in the single as well. So a great weekend of rowing for the para rowers here in our 3-day regatta, and looking good for Australia as they approach the 1,000-meter mark.
Snažni paraveslači nam dolaze iz Australije. Iskoristila bih priliku da čestitamo Eriku Horiju, Australijancu koji je pobedio u prethodnom finalu i klasi muški skif. Sada gledamo u klasi PR2 mešani double school za paraveslače gde naši veslači sa invaliditetom koriste ruke i leđa. Prednjače Australijanci. Očekivali smo od svetskih šampiona u ovoj klasi Simona Alburija i Catherine Ross da izdominiraju i za dobru prednost imaju od nekih 11-12 sekundi ispred dubla koji nam je došao iz Meksika. Nadam se da će Australijanci uzeti još jednu zlatnu medalju i očekujemo da ih vidimo i na 2. i 3. svetskom kupu u ovoj sezoni.
So we can see a beautiful rhythm here from the Australian double going through the 1,000-meter mark. Catherine Ross in the stroke seat, setting the stroke up nicely, being backed up there by Simon Aylbury in the bow seat. Really nice rowing from the double scull from Australia here. They've gone through the 1,000-meter mark and ahead of the Mexican double, just coming up to the line now for to pass through 1,000 meters, but it's Australia all the way. Tim, a lovely looking crew here, and it's great to see some blue skies in the background as well.
Gee, it's great. The wind is a bit unpredictable at this stage. We had like a headwind 5 minutes ago. Now it's a crosswind, but it's well, the water is very flat, which is ideal for rowing. And we can see the Australian double moving towards our commentary position. Lively rhythm being set there by Catherine Ross from Australia. This crew, of course, a 7th place finish in the Tokyo Paralympic Games last year, and they are really a form crew at this event. They look really composed. They rate 31 strokes a minute, and they have a very nice, efficient running of the boat. It looks really smooth. They make use of every single bit of range of motion they have to propel their boat as quick as they can, and they're actually underrating that crew from Mexico, but they have a superior boat speed as they come towards our commentary position. We have the Mexican crew, of course, then still in hot pursuit, where Angeles Gutierrez, the stroke woman there, she also raced the PR3 mixed Cox 4 all the way back in 2018. She's now switched to this event together with Hector Arriaga Chavez, who is in the bow seat, backing her up with some power and her rhythm as they come towards us. But way out in front, multiple lengths of clear water in this at the lake here. Australia look very smooth as they come towards the 3/4 timing mark.
500 metara pre završetka drugog finala današnjeg programa, u pitanju je mješoviti double school za paraveslače. Posada iz Australije, Simon Aylbury i Catherine Ross, je ubedljivo prva, ozbiljno velika prednost u ovom trenutku i tako će sigurno ostati i do kraja, tako da će Australiji pripasti zlatna medalja, dok će Meksikanci morati da se zadovolje drugim mestom.
So passing our commentary position is the Mexican crew right now in pursuit of that Australian double with Aylbury in the bow seat. He wasn't too pleased with his performance 2 weeks ago at Garivate, but I think he's pleased with the margin he has now over the Mexican crew as they move towards the Red Buoy area. It's a great race, a very consistent race from the Australian crew as they come towards Ucamilla at the finish.
Yeah, it's been a great race for the Aussie duo and looking really long and strong out here on the lake. But I must say the gap smaller than it was in the test race. The Mexican combination of Gutierrez and Arriaga Chavez has done their best to try and contain that margin. It was 33 seconds going through the 1,500 meter marker, which considering it was almost a minute in the test race on Friday, it is remarkably smaller. and a great race, I'm sure, for them conducted here in this A final. But we can't ignore the fact that this is a really dominant margin here, and shouts from Catherine Ross in the stroke seat to keep it winding up. This the final race for them here at the World Cup, and Catherine Ross of Victoria, Australia, being joined by her partner from Queensland, Simon Albury, are really starting off this Paralympiad well, having finished 7th at the Tokyo Paralympic Games last August. But as they come towards the line, no letting up here for the Australians, who will take the gold medal in this A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. And Mexico doing their best here to try and reduce that margin, and we'll look for the time to the line to see if they've stepped on from that test race on Friday.
Vrlo ubedljiva pobjeda mešovitog double skula za paraveslače ekipe Australije. Simon Albury i Catherine Ross. Drugo mesto zauzeo je Meksiko, Hector Arriaga Chavez i Angeles Gutierrez.
A wind to the line here. It's been high rating the whole way here for Mexico. They're up at 39 strokes a minute over the line here to conclude this A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. The victory ceremony for the PR1 men's single sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika muškog skifa za paraveslače.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain.
Bronzanu medalju osvojio je predstavnik Velike Britanije.
Callum Russell. Winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain.
Srebrnu medalju osvojio je predstavnik Velike Britanije.
Benjamin Pritchard. Winner of the gold medal, representing Australia.
Zlatnu medalju osvojio je predstavnik Australije.
Eric Horry. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
Next on the start, the A final of the women's pairs.
Na redu je finale A ženskog dvojca.
In lane number 1, representing the Netherlands,
U stazi broj 1, Holandija 1.
Marlos Odenberg and Bente Bonstra. In lane number 2, for the Netherlands 3,
U stazi broj 2, Holandija 3.
Hermione Drent and Tinka Offereins. In lane 3, for Great Britain,
U stazi broj 3, Velika Britanija.
Emily Ford and Esme Booth. In lane 4, for Chile,
U stazi broj 4 za Čile nastupaju
Melita and Antonia Abraham. In lane 5, for the Netherlands,
U stazi 5 za Holandiju 2.
Mertje Damon and Divertje de Besten. And in lane 6 for Croatia,
U stazi broj 6 Hrvatsku predstavljaju
Ivana and Josipa Jerkovic.
The Netherlands 1, the Netherlands 3, Great Britain, Chile, the Netherlands 2, Croatia. Attention.
And we're underway with the A final of the women's pairs.
Krenulo je finale ženskog dvojca.
With medals on the line here, it's going to be a tense race all the way to the line in the small boats, as we've seen already from the B finals this morning. Such close racing, but it's been a rapid start for the Chilean twins of Melita and Antonia Abraham. They're up at 43 strokes a minute, blasting out of the blocks. And we're looking to the centre lanes here for our heat winners from Friday, Chile and Great Britain.
Čak 3 posade su iz Holandije, to je Velika Britanija, Čile koji je najbolje startovao i devojke iz Hrvatske, Josipa i Ivana Jurković, koji su pobednice Svetskog kupa za 2021.
About half a length separating the leading 3 crews who currently sit in podium position. It's Chile in gold medal position, but a very fast-moving Dutch crew. The Netherlands 3 in lane number 2, Offereins and Drent. They are shifting and taking Great Britain with them here. This looks to be a 3-boat race in this early stage here, with 350 metres gone, and it's a canvas to Chile in gold, and then centimetres separating Netherlands 3 and Great Britain.
Odličan start blizanki Abraham iz Čila. Trenutno imaju prvu poziciju, odmah za njima Velika Britanija i Holandija 3. Vrlo su male razlike. Velika borba će biti za medalje.
Well, the leading two crews opting for 37 strokes a minute. The British also up there in silver medal position. Just that little bit more controlled at rate 35 in this early stage. And all the bow balls now come into alignment through the buoy lines. And it is absolutely dead level out there on the water for gold between three crews. Chile, Great Britain and Netherlands 3. And the best person to try and separate those, well, that's going to be Richie out there at the 1,000 meters.
It is a very exciting race here in the women's pairs. As you said, very little between the top three crews as they went through the 500 metre mark. It was Chile leading it out, the twins Melita and Antonia Abraham leading out for Chile in lane number 4. The Dutch crew had been in second place up to the 500 metre mark, but GB just crossing in second place there. Emily Ford and Esme Booth in the silver medal position through 500, and then Netherlands 3 in lane 2 staying in touch as well. They were the 1, 2 and 3 just coming up towards our position here at the 1,000 metre mark in the final of the women's pairs. It's still leading it out, the Chilean pair, rating slightly higher than the crews beside them. GB now putting on a big push here to the 1,000 metre mark to move into the lead. So it's GB having a really solid 500 metres up to the 1,000 metre mark here. It's GB leading it out ahead of Netherlands 3. Chile staying in touch in third place at the moment for those 3 medals.
U ovoj finalnoj trci na startu našlo se 6 ženskih dvojaca, a od toga čak 3 holandska. I Čilenke koje su u sestrinskim odnosima, Melita i Antonija Abraham, su izgubile na 1000 metara lidersku poziciju od Britanki Emily Ford i Esme Booth. Dakle, Engleskin je sada u liderskoj poziciji, dok se za drugo mesto bore Čilenke i dvojac Holandija 3, a potom da vidimo na 4. mestu konstantno od samog starta su sestre Ivana i Josip Jurković. Očekivali smo možda nešto brži tempo i start od njih, međutim očekujemo da ih vidimo možda i u borbi za 3. poziciju. 5. su Holandija 1, a Holandija 2 šeste.
A lovely last few hundred metres there from the Great British pair to move into the lead. They're in control of the race, centre of the course, and over on their left-hand side, the Netherlands crew in second at the moment, but just half a length ahead of the Chilean pair who had that early lead. GB looking good, Tim, on the way down to you.
They've used this third 500 or the first half of the third 500 to make that move and move away from the 2017 under-23 world champions from Chile, the Abraham twins, trucking along with GB, but it's Netherlands 3 in lane number 2 who are also still in the mix for a medal with their colleagues right beside them as well. It's a very tight racing with the Jurkovic twins from Croatia also still in contention, but they have a lot of work. They have some work to do. It looks good for Great Britain though, and Chile for the gold and the silver. But currently, I think the Netherlands 3 crew is in silver medal position, just ahead of the Abraham twins from Chile in lane number 4. But yeah, it's Emily Ford and Esme Booth from Great Britain looking good as they try to make a move and get clear water over the Dutch crew in lane number 2.
Vodeći čamac u finalu ženskog dvojica trenutno je baš na 1500 metara od početka i u ovom trenutku ima prednost od malo veće od dužine čamca u odnosu na Holandiju 3 koja je druga i Čile koji se nalazi na 3. poziciji. U nastavku, tačnije na tabeli, sledi Holandija 1, pa bliznakinje iz Hrvatske sestre Jurković i na posljednjoj poziciji je Holandija 2.
So Great Britain just breaking clear with 500 meters left to go ahead of the Netherlands 3 and Chile for that silver and bronze medal, and a great battle between Croatia and the second Netherlands boat, and also a good race from the Dutch crew all the way on the far side of the lake. But GB looking set for a gold medal, but the sprints will be unfolding as Chile moves up to 36 strokes a minute, the Dutch going with them as well.
Yeah, beautifully orchestrated race here from Ford and Booth of Great Britain. They've managed to snap the elastic band and get that all-important clear water with 250 metres to go, leaving the scrap behind them. And I would not write off the Netherlands 1, Oldenburg and Boonstra, a very experienced combination there, and they're starting to make their move. They've got overlap now with Chile and the Netherlands 3.
Emily Ford i Esme Booth su nadomak osvajanja prvog mesta, na drugom mestu Čileanke, a Holandija 3 trenutno na 3. poziciji. Velika borba.
Well, it's Chile who've decided to go first. The Abraham twins with a canvas now into silver medal position, leaving the inter-squad battle for the Dutch to sort out between themselves. And it is the Netherlands one who are moving at pace. Their bow ball creeps ahead into bronze medal position for the first time. But disaster there for Oldenburg and Boonstra. They catch a crab with just meters to go before the line. Let's see if they can recover, but I think that's going to be very difficult to ask of them. Great Britain in gold medal position across the line. Chile with silver, and the Netherlands three gifted that victory for the bronze there with that crab in the Netherlands one, pushing them back into fourth. A disaster for them. Croatia will come across in fifth ahead of the Netherlands too. A third crew for the Netherlands in this A final. Very impressive strength in depth here for the Dutch, but just a bronze medal for Offrijns and Drenthe behind Melita and Antonia Abraham of Chile, and Ford and Booth of Great Britain victorious in the A final of the women's coxless pairs. The victory ceremony for the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika mešovitog dubl skula.
Winners of the gold medal.
Zlatnu medalju osvojili su
Australia. Australia represented by
Australiju predstavljaju
Simon Albury. And Catherine Ross. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
the A final of the men's pair.
Finale A muškog dvojca.
In lane number 1, representing Great Britain,
U stazi broj 1, Velika Britanija 3.
Matt Rossiter and Harry Glenister. In lane number 2 for Spain,
U stazi broj 2, Španija.
Javier Garcia Ordonez and Jaime Canalejo Pasos. In lane number 3 for Serbia,
U stazi broj 3, Srbija, Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić.
in lane 4 for Great Britain,
U stazi broj 4, Velika Britanija 2.
Tom George and Ollie Wynne Griffith. In lane 5 for the Netherlands,
U stazi broj 5, Holandija 1.
Leonard van Lierop and Nicholas van Sprong. And in lane 6 for Great Britain,
I u stazi broj 6, Velika Britanija 1.
Josh Bagajski and Matt Aldridge.
Great Britain 3, Spain, Serbia, Great Britain 2, the Netherlands 1, Great Britain 1. Attention.
Well, we heard the huge cheers from the Serbian fans out here on home water in Belgrade. Let's see what Vasic and Makovic can do here in this A final of the men's pairs.
Navijači Srbije, da vas čujemo još jednom. Svi pozdravite Martina Mačkovića i Miloša Vasića u trećoj stazi.
And as we look across the board, the ratings are fast and furious. 49 strokes a minute for the Spanish combination to try and keep themselves in the mix. But leading out at the moment, well, it's the Dutch combination of Van Lierop and Van Sprong that jump out into the lead by half a canvas ahead of Spain and Great Britain.
Svi su oštro krenuli. Trenutno Španija na prvom mestu smenjuje se u vođstvu sa Holandijom 1. Naš par zaostaje nekih 5 metara, ali svi drže priključak. Biće žestoka borba do kraja.
Well, you could absolutely throw a blanket over these crews. There is nothing to choose between all six. It's just the Serbian pair dropping back at this point in time, but we saw a real sprint finish from them during the racing yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see much the same from them. The second half always very strong for Vasic and Makovic, but as it stands right now, it's Great Britain who want to take advantage of this first quarter of the race. Wynne Griffith and George here, they are currently a canvas ahead of Great Britain 1, Aldridge and Bagajski, and the Spanish holding down bronze medal position through the 500 meters gone.
Iako je naša posada tek peta u ovom trenutku, oni imaju strašnu završnicu i treba očekivati da će se umešati u borbu za medalje. Trenutno na prvom mestu Velika Britanija 2.
Well, lots of British interest as well as Serbian interest in this A final, and currently two boats tracking in medal positions here. Richie, how's it looking to you out there at the 1,000?
So very little between the crews, as you were saying, Camilla, as they come up to about 750. And again, just a blanket, as you said, would show how close the crews are here. Very experienced crews coming up, all Olympians in all 6 boats, so that experience is going to come through. And as you mentioned, the Serbian crew off to probably the slower start, but they do have that most impressive second half of the race. So let's see if we can get them back into contention as they approach us here on the 1,000 meters.
Jedna od najuzbudljivijih trka današnjeg dana, evo finala za muški dvojac i u ovom dvojcu startovali Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić u stazi broj 3. Oni su za sada na 5. mestu, ali glavna bitka i borba se vodi između britanskih timova. Britanija 2 je lider za sada na 1000 metara, Britanija 1 na 2. poziciji. Treći su Španci koji su odlično startovali kao lideri u ovoj trci. A međutim, kao da će biti fotofiniš. Imam utisak i bojim se da naši momci moraju malo sada da ubrzaju, ali imaju samo zaostatak od sekund i po. Vidjet ćemo šta će da se odigra dalje. Navijamo za Martina Mačkovića i Miloša Vasića, naše šampione. Nemamo u ovom trenutku bolje i očekujemo da će biti ovo borba za medalju. Idemo, momci.
So leading it out here, it is Oliver Wynne-Griffith and Tom George, GB2 in lane 4. They've opened up the lead now and they're starting to move away from the field. Staying in touch, of course, it is the Spanish pair rating very high in lane 2. The Serbian pair have moved up now to contend. They had a very solid 500 coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and they're now in medal contention as well. And not out of it are the crews from Netherlands 1 and GB1 in lanes 5 and 6. So very exciting finish here in the men's pair in prospect. But at the moment, it does look like GB2. Oliver and Tom leading it out here, Tim.
Yeah, it's that pair that also raced the boat race a while back for Cambridge. They're really quick and in the lead, as you mentioned, Richie. And it's a very fast race, ladies and gentlemen. We have a nice tailwind propelling all these crews quickly to the finish line with GB2 in the lead and the high ratings crew from Spain in silver medal position. But it's very close, and the local favorites, Serbia, Vasic and Makovic, are trying to get back into medal contention. And closest to our commentary position, we have Great Britain 1 and the Netherlands 1 in a very tight race as well. So everything to play for, but GB2 in gold medal position as they cross the 1500.
Na 1500 metara muškog finala u muškom dvojcu u ovom trenutku vodi britanska druga postava. Odmah za njima je dvojac iz Srbije i iz Španije. Dakle, Miloš Vasić i Martin Mačković imaju zaostatak od dužine čamca. Svi ostali tu su također u borbi za medalje, holandska i britanska prva postava.
So all the crews already at 37 strokes a minute or higher as they come towards the finishing line. They're really hurtling towards it. But GB2 looking in control of this A final of the men's pair. They look set for gold, but behind them it's very close between Serbia and Spain for the silver and bronze medals.
Yeah, what a cracking race this has been here in the men's pairs, but a dominating display here and a point to prove for George and Wynne Griffith over the GBR1 crew. But they are being closed down here. We thought it was an insurmountable margin, but the Serbian pair are being carried by the voice of the crowd.
Bravo ljudi, tako treba. Idemo da pomognemo našima do srebrne medalje, s obzirom na to da su Britanci prvi. Velika borba za drugo mesto. Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić idu ka srebru.
Maškovic and Vasic here will be able to hear the noise of the crowd as they move more solidly into silver medal position, but have they done enough to chase down George and Wynne Griffith of Great Britain for the gold? That would be amazing on home water, but a final surge here from the Spanish. Are they going to snatch it away? That would be huge disappointment for the Serbians, and they catch a crab 2 strokes before the line, demoting them to bronze medal position. It's Great Britain 2 with gold, Spain with silver. Serbia will still stay on the podium in bronze. It's then so close for the minor places. We'll see the results in just a moment's time, but what an absolutely sensational race there, the A final of the men's pair.
Na kraju bronza za srpski tim, ali fantastično veslanje. Sve čestitke Martinu Mačkoviću i Milošu Vasiću.
The victory ceremony for the women's pair.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednica ženskog dvojca.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojile su
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Holandiju predstavljaju
Hermantje Drent, Tinka Offereins, winners of the silver medal.
Srebrnu medalju osvojile su
Chile. Chile represented by
Čile predstavljaju
Melita Abraham, Antonia Abraham, winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu u veslanju osvojile su
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Esme Booth and Emily Ford. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.
The A final of the women's double sculls.
Finale ženskog dubla skul.
In lane 1, representing Greece,
U stazi broj 1 Grčka.
Zoe Fitsu and Evangelina Fraku. In lane 2, representing the Netherlands,
U stazi broj 2 Holandija 2.
Imke Clevering and Veronique Meester. In lane 3, representing Great Britain,
U stazi broj 3 Velika Britanija 1.
Lola Anderson and Georgie Bryshaw. In lane 4, representing Great Britain,
U stazi broj 4, Velika Britanija 2.
Jess Leyden and Lucy Glover. In lane 5 for the Netherlands,
U stazi broj 5, Holandija 1.
Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu. And in lane 6, representing Lithuania,
U stazi broj 6, Litvanija.
Victoria Senkute and Dovile Rimkute.
Greece, the Netherlands 2, Great Britain 1, Great Britain 2, the Netherlands 1, Lithuania. Attention.
We're underway with this A final of the women's double sculls.
Krenulo je A finale ženskog dubla.
Well, we're looking to the centre lanes here for the winners of the heats on Friday. Great Britain dominating the heats earlier in the regatta, but out to a blistering start. The Greeks and the Netherlands here all up at over 40 strokes a minute. And it's going to be a tussle to the line for all 6 of these crews. Lithuania winning the repechage in yesterday's racing. They'll be ones to watch, as well as the centre lanes. I suspect will be on for an absolutely storming final here.
Dve britanske, dve holandske posade borit će se za prva 3 mesta ovde u finalu ženskog dubla. Dobar početak. Holandije 1 koja trenutno vodi, ostali drže priključak na nekih 5 metara zaostatka.
Well, jumping out of the blocks to quite a stunning lead for this point in the race, barely even a minute in. And it's the Netherlands 1, Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu that are a length ahead of the rest of the pack. Great Britain slide into silver medal position. De Jong in the bow seat for the Netherlands, of course, the reigning Olympic bronze medalist in this boat category. A new partner in Leila Yusufu coming in place of Lisa Skeinard that competed in that last Olympiad for the Dutch in this boat type. But they seem to have gotten underway to a great start through 500 metres. They lead Great Britain 1 by 3/4 of a length.
Posle 500 metara situacija je i dalje ista. Holandija 1 na prvoj poziciji, na drugom mestu sa 8 metara zaostatka Velika Britanija 1. Kako stvari stoje, te dve selekcije odlučivaće ko će biti na prvoj poziciji, a odmah iza, to jest ne baš odmah, nešto malo zaostaje Velika Britanija 1.
Still overlap between the leading 4 crews, and at the moment it's 2 pairs, 2 Dutch crews, 2 British crews, all in the mix for the podium, and they'll be hurtling towards Richie and Angelica at the 1,000.
Great to see the sun shining here with a nice tailwind pushing the crews on as they come through. About 800 gone, and as you said, very little between the first 4 crews. It's Netherlands 2, GB1, GB2 and Netherlands 1, centre of the course, lanes 2 to 5 that are driving this race on towards the 1,000 metre mark. The Greeks and Netherlands 2 were off to the faster start, but Netherlands 1 then put in a very solid 300 metre push to move into the lead, and they maintain that lead now, but they're being pushed all the time by GB1. Just coming up level with us here, and it is actually the crew from Great Britain 1 and the Netherlands 1. They're the 2 pushing each other on here. Probably just a canvas separating both crews. Roos de Jong, Leila Yusufu, Netherlands 1 nearest to us here on the enclosure side. Just about a canvas half a length ahead of the crew from GB1, Lola Anderson and Georgina Megan Brayshaw.
Gledamo upravo finalnu trku u klasi ženski dubl koji nam donosi 2 britanska, 2 holandska, 1 grčki i litvanski dubl. Veslačice koje su krenule u 5. traci snažno, Holandija 1 i u njoj Jusifu i De Jong, liderke od samog starta. Britanija 1 u sastavu Brayshaw i Anderson ih prate, one su na 2. mestu. Dalji poredak je na 3. poziciji u stazi 2, Holandija 2 tim, a potom 4. su Britanija 2, 5. su Litvanke, a 6. za sada Grkinje.
So it'll be Netherlands 1 and GB1 battling it out for gold and silver. And then a little bit further back it is Netherlands 2 and GB2 battling it out for that bronze medal. Very exciting finish here in the women's double sculls. They're down now to about 800 to go. Still Netherlands leading this one out, Tim.
Yeah, but only just because that first crew from Great Britain is looking very ominous in silver medal position at this stage. But the Netherlands won with Roos de Jong in the bow seat there, the bronze medalist from the Tokyo Olympics in this boat class. She's joined by Laia Yusufu, and they raced this event all the way back in 2015 at the under-23s. They got a bronze medal there, so it's great to see them back together again as the British crew is trying to make a move. They're canvas down on that the first crew from the Netherlands for the gold medal. So that's an interesting battle for the gold and the silver. And as you mentioned, Richie, behind them a very tight race between the Netherlands 2 and Great Britain 2 for the bronze medal. I think currently it's the crew from the Netherlands with the 2 silver medalists from Tokyo in the women's 4 just have the bronze medal, but it is less than a canvas as they pass the 500 meters to go.
Na 1500 metara finala ženskog dubla vidimo 2 velike borbe. Jedna je za prvu poziciju između Holandije 1 i Velike Britanije 1. Tu Holandjanke imaju pola šanca prednosti, dok je mnogo neizvesnija borba za 3. mesto gde se nalaze, odnosno u toj borbi su Holandija 2 i Velika Britanija 2.
So it's 2 races within this final of the women's double scull. Out in front still it's the Netherlands 1, followed closely by Great Britain 1, and behind them for the bronze medal another Anglo-Dutch battle for the honours.
Yeah, it's going to be a pinch for the medals here at both points. The gold medal looking at a threat here for the Netherlands. Roos de Jong making the calls from the bow seat just to ask Laia Yusufu for that little bit more. And she takes a look across to see Great Britain have been pushed backwards once again into the silver medal position. A great move there for the Dutch at the front of the field.
Kao što smo rekli, Holanđanke i Britanke odlučivaće o tome ko će biti prvi na svetskom kupu. Trenutno u vođstvu Holandija 1, prati Velika Britanija 1, pa onda Velika Britanija 2, Holandija 2.
Well, the legs go down in the Dutch crew that little bit quicker just to give them that bit more boat speed. They're up at 38 strokes a minute in comparison to Great Britain's 38 strokes a minute as well, being matched stroke for stroke here. But the Dutch just with the better moving boat at this stage of the race. Just a few strokes to go here to clinch this gold medal in the women's double sculls at World Cup 1. It's going to be the Netherlands 1 ahead of Great Britain 1. And then Great Britain winning the fight behind in a very similar fashion. It's going to be GBR 2 for bronze ahead of Netherlands 2. The Lithuanian combination will just cross ahead of Greece to wrap up that A final. The victory ceremony for the men's pair.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika muškog dvojca.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je
Serbia! Serbia represented by
Srbiju predstavljaju Martin Mačković, Miloš Vasić,
winners of the silver medal.
srebrnu medalju osvojili su
Spain! Spain represented by
Španiju predstavljaju
Jaime Canalejo Pazos and Javier Garcia Ordonez. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svjetskom kupu u veslanju osvojili su
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Ollie Wynne Griffith and Tom George. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
The A final of the men's double sculls.
Na redu je finale muškog dubl skula.
In lane 1, representing Lithuania,
U stazi broj 1, Litvanija 1.
Armandas Kalmelis and Dovydas Nemirovičius. In lane 2, representing Spain,
U stazi 2, Španija.
Alex Garcia Pajola and Rodrigo Conde Romero. In lane 3 for the Netherlands,
U stazi broj 3, Holandija 2.
Guillaume Kromenhoek and Gus Mollet. In lane 4 for Croatia,
U stazi broj 4, Hrvatska 1.
Martin and Velent Sinkovic. In lane 5 for Poland,
U stazi broj 5, Poljska.
Miroslav Zicharski and Fabian Baranski. And in lane 6 for Great Britain,
U stazi broj 6, Velika Britanija.
Matt Hayward and George Bourne.
Lithuania, Spain, the Netherlands, Croatia, Poland, Great Britain. Attention.
The double sculls always so contentious here in the world rowing season. This is a really hotly contested category, and we're dropping the Olympic champions from 2016 back into the mix. Martin and Velent Sinkovic of Croatia are here to set out their stand for the season to come.
U stazi broj 4, muškog dubl skula, finale vesluju Hrvati Martin Sinković i Velent Sinković, olimpijski šampioni i ljudi koji su postavili, veslači koji su postavili najbrže svetsko vreme 5:59.72 u Amsterdamu 2014. Tu su Litvanci, Španci, Holanđani, Poljaci i Britanci.
Well, the last couple of days we've had to watch the Croatians come through the pack, and at the moment they're down in bronze medal position behind Kromenhoek and Molle of the Netherlands, who lead out in gold medal position. Croatia, I think, hold on to silver just ahead of Spain, and these three crews are about half a length up on the Polish double of Baranski and Zicharski.
Trenutno najbolje stoji selekcija Holandije, prati Španija, Hrvati su na trećem mestu, pa onda Poljaci, Britanci i na kraju Litvanci.
Still very close here for the podium positions, and they'll trickle through this 500-meter timing marker with less than half a length to separate bronze through to gold. But the Netherlands too here looking great out in front. Guillaume Kromenhoek in the bow seat, just looking to keep them in control, as they'll see and feel next to them on their right-hand side the Sinkovic combination, just trying to do what they can to rally, and they'll pull up alongside as they just pass through 600 meters gone. But as it stands at the moment, very, very close up at the top.
Vrlo je neizvesno na stazi, prošli su 500 metara i dalje velika borba za prvu poziciju. To i dalje drže Holanđani, na drugom mestu su Španci, treći su Hrvati.
Well, the absolutely unmistakable combination here for Croatia will be coming into view of our commentators at the 1,000.
Just about 900 metres to go here in the final of the men's double sculls. Very exciting race as they approach us here at the 1,000-metre mark. Very little between the leaders, of course. All eyes will be on the Sinkovic brothers. Didn't have two great races in the heats and semi-finals, and had to recover hard to get back into contention for a final in the A race, as we watch them just coming level with us here now, and they have actually put a push on and now moved into the lead. So Netherlands were leading up to about the last 100 metres, but it's the Croatian Sinkovic brothers now moving into a half a length lead, and they've taken the Polish crew with them now. The Polish crew in lane 5 moving into second place ahead of Netherlands 2, and the high rating Spanish staying in touch in fourth at the moment.
Evo nas i u velikom finalu, imamo 6 država i 6 muških dublova. Kako je krenulo u ovom startu, Holanđani su dominirali i njihov tim Holandija 2. Međutim, nakon 1000 metara, konačno su onako kako smo i priželjkivali Martin i Valent Sinković iz Hrvatske, Zagrebčani, koji su evropski i svetski šampioni, sada preuzeli vođstvo. Dakle, na drugoj poziciji su sada Holanđani, bore se tu i Španci koji su odlično startovali, sada su oni treći. Na četvrtoj poziciji drže se ostali momci iz Velike Britanije, Litvanije, ali kakav je poredak, evo da vidimo, Poljaci su sada na drugoj poziciji. Dakle, neizvesna bitka, Hrvati prvi, Poljaci drugi, treći, Holandija 2, četvrti su Španci, peti, Velika Britanija i šesti Litvanci, ali bit će sigurno promjena u finišu.
So much better race here from the Croatian center of the course, leading this one out, taking Poland with them. Tim, how's it looking for the Sinkovic brothers now?
Well, they are definitely under threat from the plucky Polish crew to their right, because the Polish crew of Baranski and Zitarski are almost level with the Sinkovic brothers. It's they match each other stroke for stroke as they come to our commentary position. It looks very good for the Polish double. I think they are in the lead, but by a whisker. It's Poland coming through the 1500 first, followed by the Sinkovic twins, and then it's too tight to call between Great Britain in lane 6 and the Netherlands 2 in lane number 3. And I'm also looking at that Spanish crew all the way on the far side of the lake. They're still in bronze medal contention, but great race out in front between Poland and Croatia.
Na 400 metara pre završetka finala u muškom dublu na prvoj poziciji nalaze se Poljaci, drugi su Hrvati, dok se za bronzu bore Britanci, holandska druga postava i Španci.
So Poland half a length up on the Croatians, and I think, Camilla, that's going to be a big ask by to the Croatians if they can overhaul the Polish crew and get that gold medal.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask, though. This is a sensational new combination for Poland. Miroslav Zitarski in the bow seat, the remaining athlete from last year's double scull, and being joined by world medalist Fabian Baranski for Poland from the men's quad. This is really going to come down to the wire here. Can the Croatians pull this out the bag?
Moja koleginica je zaokružila ime Poljaka pre ovog duela. Izgleda da neće biti u pravu, s obzirom na to da su Hrvati preuzeli prvu poziciju, drugi su Poljaci, a treći Španci.
I feel foolish to have ever have doubted. They've pulled it out the bag. It is the Sinkovic brothers for Croatia that take the gold ahead of Poland. It's then a very tight finish for bronze. Great Britain came back from nowhere, but I think just falling shy to Spain, who will take bronze. The Dutch back into 5th position, and Lithuania will cross in 6th. We'll wait to confirm those results for you in just a moment's time. And indeed, Spain picking up a bronze medal there behind Croatia and Poland. The victory ceremony for the women's double sculls.
Ceremonija pobednika za ženski dubl, skull.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojile su
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by Jess Leyden and Lucy Glover.
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Winners of the silver medal.
srebrnu medalju osvojile su
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Lola Anderson and Georgina Brayshaw. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu u veslanju osvojile su
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Holandiju predstavljaju
Rose de Jong. And Laila Yusufu. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.
The A final of the lightweight women's double sculls.
A finale ženskog double skula za lake veslačice.
In lane number 1, representing the Czech Republic,
U stazi broj 1 Češka,
Kristina Neuhortova and Veronika Chinkova. In lane 2, representing Poland,
u stazi broj 2 Poljska 1,
Katarzyna Wellner and Zuzana Jasinska. In lane 3, representing China,
u stazi broj 3 Kina 1,
Zhao Jiaqi and Chu Xuping. In lane 4 for Great Britain,
u stazi broj 4 Velika Britanija,
Emily Craig and Maddie Arlett. In lane 5, representing Greece,
u stazi broj 5 Grčka,
Evangelina Anastasiadou and Dimitri Kontu. And in lane 6, representing Poland,
u stazi broj 6 Poljska 2,
Jessica Sobocinska and Victoria Kalinowska.
Czech Republic. Poland 1. China. Great Britain. Greece. Poland 2. Attention.
Here we go, we're underway with this, the A final of the lightweight women's double sculls.
Krenulo je A finale ženskog dubl skula za lake veslačice.
We've seen some really great close racing in the lightweight categories this weekend, much as ever really, and it's going to be yet another close one here in this A final, I'm sure. The centre of the field is the two winners from the heat on Friday, that's China and Great Britain, but at the moment they are being surprised out of the blocks by the young Greek combination of Kontu and Anastasia Du.
Najbolje je krenuo grčki čamac, mada još je rana faza ove staze, ove trke, tako da treba očekivati brze promene u vođstvu. Trenutno na drugoj poziciji Velika Britanija, odmah tu i Kina 1.
Nothing much to choose between the leading three crews for the podium slot, and even Poland up there in fourth, still within striking distance of the podium at the moment. But China now just hunting down that young Greek lightweight double. Absolutely amazing to see them in this A final with the stroke seat there. Kontu, she's just 16 years of age. Absolutely stunning stuff that she's here contesting a World Cup final. But they're being overpowered currently by Zhao and Chu of China and bringing Great Britain with them into bronze medal position.
U međuvremenu su Kineskine preuzele prvu poziciju, Grkinje pale na drugo i dalje Britanke drže treću poziciju i te tri posade su prilično izjednačene, blizu su i obe posade Poljske.
Really impressive, cool, calm and collective rating here from the Chinese combination. They're down at 35 strokes a minute, just letting the boat run underneath them, and they're going to be coming past the 1,000-meter marker in just a moment in view of Richie and Angelica.
So again, nice tailwind for the crews here, pushing them along in the lightweight women's double sculls. They've gone through about 750, 800 metres. Very little between the leading crew, Greece. As you said, Camilla, were lighting fast off the start, out to an early lead. But the Chinese crew settling into a beautiful rhythm and middle of the course kind of stuff. They're just moving along that bit nicer at the moment. Very classy rowing from all of the Chinese crews. We were talking about it earlier when we were getting ready for today's racing. The Chinese crew's beautiful rhythm in the boat, excellent blade work as well, and this middle of the course race rowing from the Chinese crew is exactly what's helping them to move into the lead here. They are in lane 3, centre of the course, leading it out ahead of GB, right beside them in lane 4 as well, Emily Craig and Maddie Arlett having a nice 500 metres here, coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark to move into second place. On the left hand side, the Polish double staying in touch as well. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Greece not out of it yet though, going through the 1,000 metres. Still China leading this out, just looking to open up a little bit of open water coming up through the 1,000 metre mark.
Fantastični uslovi za finale i u klasi dubl za lake veslačice u kojima su većina devojaka i veslačica sa medaljama. Imamo 2 poljska laka dubla, ali od samog starta u ovoj trci vode devojke iz Kine, Q i Zhu, dok ih prate sada na 1000 metara na drugoj poziciji veslačice iz Velike Britanije, Arlett i Craig. Na trećem mestu sada su Poljakinje i to Poljska 1, tačnije, dok su četvrte Grkinje i one su izgubile onu jednu odličnu startnu poziciju. Pete su Poljska 2, a u začelju Čehinje.
So blistering pace being set here by the Chinese double scull, Jackie Zhu and Jinping Q on the way down centre of the course. They're leading it out. They're taking with them the crews on the left and right, Poland and Great Britain for the second and third. So it's looking China all the way here, Tim.
Yeah, that Chinese crew is looking such a nice flowy rhythm coming off the Chinese double there. They look in control, nice tailwind conditions, but Great Britain still up and amongst chances of getting a medal. They look their rating slightly higher than the Chinese crew, I think, by the looks of it, but they have half a length to make up to get in gold medal position. And I don't know if you can hear it, but there is some support here from the Chinese team right next to us. So GB in silver medal position, and I think the Polish have moved into bronze medal position, and behind them it's a great tussle between the crew from Greece and the second Polish crew for fourth and fifth, with the Czech Republic on the far side, currently in sixth position. But Great Britain making a move and are about to get level with the Chinese one crew.
Na 1500 metara od starta finala dubla za lake veslačice u ovom trenutku Kina na prvoj poziciji, mada Britanija ozbiljno ugrožava njihovu vodeću poziciju. Poljska 1 i na trećem mestu. U borbi za četvrto mesto su Grkinje i Poljska 2.
So Great Britain making a move, pushing on and trying to get into gold medal position, but it's still the lead is still with that China 1 crew in lane number 3. But Great Britain definitely look good at this this moment in the race, Camilla.
Yeah, they are looking good, mounting this final sprint here. Craig and Arlott just trying to edge ahead by a canvas ahead of this Chinese crew, Zhao and Chu. And as it stands at the moment, the boat speed is with them to take the gold here in this lightweight double sculls event.
Mlade Grkinje platile su danak na iskustvu, jak start, ali slab finiš, tako da će ostati bez medalje. Trenutno na prvoj poziciji Velika Britanija, prati Kina, a da vidimo ko će biti treći. Trenutno je to Češka.
Well, a switch has been flicked in the Great Britain crew because they're just walking away now from the China combination. Zhao and Chu with all the work to do, even to hang on here to overlap, because Great Britain are flying into the final strokes. Madiala in the stroke seat is going to lead Great Britain home here for a gold medal in the lightweight women's double sculls. China have done enough though still for a silver medal, and it will be Poland that make the podium in bronze medal position. It's Poland too then that come across in fourth ahead of Greece. The fast start not enough to carry them through to the final closing stages, and then the Czech Republic will finish in sixth place. The victory ceremony for the men's double sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika muškog double skula.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je
Spain. Spain represented by
Španiju predstavljaju
Alex Garcia Pajola, and Rodrigo Conde Romero. Winners of the silver medal,
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je
Poland. Poland represented by
Poljsku predstavljaju
Miroslav Zatarski and Fabian Baranski. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders,
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu osvojila je
Croatia. Croatia represented by
Hrvatsku predstavljaju
Martin Sinkovic and Valent Sinkovic. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
The A final of the lightweight men's double sculls.
Finale muškog dubla za laske veslače.
In lane 1, representing Belgium,
U stazi broj 1, Belgija.
Marlon Colpert and Niels van Zandwegen. In lane 2 for Spain,
U stazi broj 2, Španija.
Manel Banastagui and Catano Hortapombo. In lane 3 for Switzerland,
U stazi broj 3, Švajcarska.
Jan Scherbel and Rafael Amada Ireland. In lane 4 for the Czech Republic,
U stazi broj 4, Češka.
Jiri Simonek and Miroslav Vrastril. In lane 5 for Ukraine,
U stazi broj 5, Ukrajina.
Igor Kamara and Stanislav Kovalov. And in lane 6 for Poland,
U stazi broj 6, Poljska.
Jerzy Kowalski and Artur Mikolajczewski.
Belgium, Spain, Switzerland, Czech Republic, Ukraine, Poland. Attention.
Here we go again with lightweight double sculls. This time it's the men's turn to see what they can do here at the first World Cup of the season.
Trka broj 111, muški dubl za lake veslače, na stazi naravno 6 posada Belgija, Španija, Švajcarska, Češka, Ukrajina i Poljska.
A very level playing field, as you'd expect in the first 200 metres of this event. Really nothing much to choose between Switzerland, Spain. You've also got Poland up there in the medal positions at the moment, but all to play for here. Overlap between each of these crews as they power through the first 30 strokes.
Sve posade žestoko su krenule, preko 40 zavesla u minuti. Trenutno na prvoj poziciji Švajcarska, prati Španija, Poljska preuzima sada drugo mesto.
Well, after this starting sprint, we'll start to see them settle down onto rating, onto pace, which still, even within the lightweight events, can be in the high 30s. Switzerland, who lead the way, are still at 40 strokes a minute. Rafael Ahmada Ireland in the stroke seat there is relentlessly powering up and down the slide. Through 500 metres they go, and they're being joined up at the front by the Polish combination of Kowalski and Mikolajczewski.
Posle 500 metara polako su počele da posustaju pojedine selekcije. Ukrajina, Češka i Belgija gube priključak, a i dalje na prvom mestu Švajcarska, sledi Poljska pa Španija.
Well, certainly no comfortable margins at the moment, but the Swiss looking great out there in the lead, the fastest moving boat on the water, Richie.
Absolutely glistening in the sunshine here. That tailwind has dropped down, so it's perfect rowing conditions. Flat cam up here at the 1,000-metre mark. And as you said, coming through, it's the young Swiss crew, just aged 21 and 22. They've laid down the marker going through the first 500, and they're pushing out to a lead here as they come up to the 1,000-metre mark as well. Nearest to us in lane 6, the experienced Polish crew, 8th in the Olympics last year. They're staying in touch in second place at the moment. And then the ever-rating high rating Spanish crew in lane 2, like all the Spanish crews we've seen this weekend, middle of the course, very high rates, but they're still staying in contention for a medal here in third place at the moment, with the Ukrainians in lane 5 challenging them for the bronze medal at the moment. But leading it is this Swiss crew, Jan Schaubel in the bow seat, 22 years of age, and Rafael Amorada, Ireland in the stroke seat, leading it out, third place in the lightweight men's double at the European under-23s last year. They're just about to take an open water lead ahead of the Poles now, just breaking that over 1 length lead. So it's Switzerland leading Poland out as they go through 1,000.
Ono što upravo gledamo je finalna trka u klasi dubl za lake veslače. 6 država, 6 dublova sa samog starta, izdominirali su momci iz Švajcarske, drže i dalje lidersku poziciju ispred Poljaka i to Kowalskog i Mikolajczewskog, koji kasne samo sekundi 86 stotinki. Zapravo nije to nešto nedoknadivo vreme, dok su treći Španci. Na 4. poziciji su Ukrajinci, 5. su Česi, a posljednji momci iz Belgije. Vidjet ćemo da li će u finišu biti nekih izmjena i promjena, ali kako stvari stoje, ovim momcima iz Švajcarske se smeši sigurno medalja.
So that Swiss crew in lane 3 still extending their lead as they come down towards you, Tim. Look at those catches. They're probably the quickest catches of any boat I've seen competing this weekend.
Yeah, they make it look so clean and effortless at 37 strokes a minute. That young crew from Switzerland's really motoring along. They have broken clear of the rest of the field and have now settled into gold medal position more securely than ever, with the high-rating Spanish crew up in the mix for a medal. But it's also Poland nearest to our commentary position, and of course the Czech Republic coming back into the mix for a medal as well, and going with them the crew from from the Ukraine also within contact of the medal positions. But the Swiss look impressive. They had such a fantastic semi-final yesterday, and they're looking even better today in the A final.
Dubl skul za lake veslače prolazi u ovom periodu u dominaciji Švajcaraca koji imaju više od čamca prednosti u odnosu na ostale posade koje se bore za drugo mesto, a to su Španci, zatim Česi i Poljaci. Tu će biti mnogo neizvesnije. Na preostale dve pozicije nalaze se Ukrajinci i Belgijanci.
So Switzerland looks set for the gold, but Camilla, behind them it's a great battle for the silver and the bronze.
Yeah, as is always with lightweight racing, nothing is ever over until it's over. But certainly one of the largest margins for a lightweight doubles race I've seen in a long time. This young Swiss crew of Sherbel and Ahumada Island are really demonstrating some class here. They've been the fastest moving boat on the water for the entirety of this race. But the Czechs now, they're coming through. This is a very experienced combination here. Simonek and Vrastril are trying to vie for the silver medal.
Kakva trka za švajcarski muški dubl, odlično veslaju ka prvom mestu. Pitanje je ovde ko će biti drugi, ko treći. Trenutno Česi na drugom mestu, a Španci na trećem.
It's all shortening up here in the Czech crew, 44 strokes a minute to try and make contact here with Switzerland and hold off the fast-charging Spanish combination from their left. It's going to be right down to the wire here for the silver medal. As comfortable as it can be here in this event, Switzerland will take the gold. It's going to be on the line for silver. I can't even tell from my eye there between the Czech Republic and Spain. Close again then between Ukraine, Poland and Belgium, but we'll have to wait for the confirmation of results there to hand out the silver and bronze medals. And there we have the confirmed results from that last very close race for the podium. The Swiss there with the gold medal. It's then Spain that snatched silver from the Czech Republic. The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednica ženskog dubla, skul dubla za lake veslačice.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je
Poland. Poland represented by
Poljsku predstavljaju
Katarzyna Welna, and Zuzana Jasinska. Winners of the silver medal.
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je
China. China represented by
Kinu predstavljaju
Zhao Jiaqi and Chu Shuping. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu u veslanju osvojila je
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Emily Craig and Maddie Arlett. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.
The A final of the PR3 mixed coxed fours.
Sledi finale mešovitog četverca s kormilarom za paraveslače.
In lane number 1, it's Great Britain.
U stazi broj 1, Velika Britanija.
Coxed by Erin Kennedy, Ollie Stanhope in the stroke seat. And in lane number 2, Australia.
U stazi broj 2, Australija.
Australia, coxed by Alex Wenyon and stroked by Tom Birtwistle.
Great Britain, Australia, attention, red light.
And we're underway in this A final of the PR3 mixed coxed fours.
Krenulo je finale mešovitog četverca s kormilarom za paraveslače.
A great start for both crews here in this event. They raced the test race on Friday, now back here to try and get their hands on the gold medal. Of course, Great Britain, the hot favourites in this race, fresh from becoming Paralympic champions at Tokyo 2020. Two of that crew remaining, along with Cox, Aaron Kennedy, now looking to start this season on the same footing as they lead Australia in these first few strokes.
U ovom trenutku ekipe su naravno, to jest posade su izjednačene na vodi. Trenutno blagu prednost ima britanska posada, 36 zavesleja u minuti, 37 zavesleja u minuti ima Australija koja blago zaostaje, sada je već razlika nekih 4-5 metara u korist Britanaca.
So just 3/4 of a length at the moment. Great Britain with the advantage in these early stages, but GB still the fastest crew on the water. Unbeaten for back-to-back seasons for years and years. The British PR3 mixed cox four, one of the absolutely incredible crews from the para rowing circuits. They just seem to produce it again and again, and through 500 meters Australia still hold contact here, but it's 3/4 of a length to Great Britain.
Ne treba sumnjati da će prvo mesto u ovom duelu osvojiti Velika Britanija. Oni godinama u nizu pobeđuju na ovim takmičenjima i izuzetna su posada, olimpijski šampioni, dakle i apsolutni favoriti u ovoj trci.
Well, you can absolutely see why Great Britain are the holders of the world best time. A slightly different crew lineup to this one. Fran Allen in the bow seat and Ed Fuller in the 3 seat. New into this crew for this season, but Richie doesn't seem to be slowing them down.
Not at all. Nice combination here and some beautiful rowing from the GB crew out there in the centre of the course, just coming with about 1,200 metres to go. Lovely long strokes and fluid rhythm from the combination from GB. As you said, Australia's still keeping in touch. They're doing their best here to maintain contact as they come up to the 1,000-metre mark. The earlier race that they had on Friday, the test race, was a chance for them to see how they were doing. So it's great that they're getting to competitively race here now again on the Sunday. A nice rivalry being created between the GB and Australian crews across all of the para categories, and it's great to see them driving on with the international events as well. Just coming level with us here at the 1,000-metre mark. Clear water after being opened up by the GB crew. Lovely rowing coming through a 1,000-metre mark. Slightly less rate than the Australian crew, making more of the mileage in between each strokes for this GB crew. Looking good for the gold.
Evo i sunca u finalu i klasi mešani četverac sa kormilarom za paraveslače. Ovi paraveslači u miksu momci i devojke sa invaliditetom koriste svoja leđa, ruke i noge i od starta očekivalo se da će olimpijski šampioni iz Velike Britanije dominirati i sigurno uzeti zlato, a treba napomenuti i da su u ovom britanskom sastavu dva newcomera, Ellen i Fuller, a kormilar je Erin Kennedy i mislim da će njihova prednost sigurno njima doneti ubedljivo zlato. Svakako, australijski tim i njihov sastav su jaki i treba ih svakako pozdraviti i poželiti im uspeh i u naredna 2 svetska kupa.
A lovely run on the GB boat there, Tim, as they make their way down to you. They leading this one out in the PR3 mixed cox fours.
Bulletproof rhythm coming from Oliver Stanhope in the stroke seat of that GB crew. It looks so consistent, and they have a lovely run on the boat, as you mentioned, Richie, and they have a very constant boat speed. They look so fluid and so well together. It's very impressive to see. And Erin Kennedy, the cox in the bow of that boat, she is making all the right calls to keep her crew rowing sharp and crisp all throughout this race. With a little over 500 meters left to go, they have opened up several lengths of clear water over the crew from Australia.
Oko 500 metara ostalo je do završetka trke za vodeći čamac u ovom finalu. To je u pitanju mešoviti četverac za paraveslače. Olimpijski šampioni iz Velike Britanije u ovom trenutku imaju veliku prednost u odnosu na jedini preostali čamac u trci, u odnosu na Australiju. Gotovo sigurno da će zabeležiti pobedu na ovom takmičenju u okviru Svetskog kupa.
So GB looking in a fantastic position to take another gold medal. We've already seen several gold medals from the crews from Great Britain, but here in the PR3 mixed cox 4, it looks to me like another great gold medal for Great Britain. And Camilla, you mentioned it already when you introduced this race. It's so difficult to win once, but wouldn't you say so? It's so much more difficult to keep that winning streak going for Great Britain in this case.
Yeah, it absolutely is, with new people on board, people retiring from the crew, to keep consistent and be at the top of your game for so long. It's so difficult, and that's exactly what Great Britain have done in this category. They've dominated for years and years. But one really nice story to come out of this event is actually the cox of the Australian crew for this weekend is British as well. Alex Wenyon stepped up to the call to cox the Australian crew here at World Cup 1 in Serbia, when the Australian cox unfortunately fell ill with COVID, and it was agreed with the World Rowing Committee to allow this race to happen, that the spare cox for GB could sit in for the Australian crew and get them onto the water. So that this race could only have happened with that kind of sportsmanship. Absolutely amazing.
U sjajnom ritmu veslali su Britanci i, kao što smo rekli, osvojit će prvo mesto, ali razlika će biti ogromna, preko 90 metara.
And there it is, a gold medal for Great Britain in this PR3 mixed cox 4 event. A great start to the Paralympiad for them, and a fantastic start for the Australian crew. They stuck with Great Britain for the first third of this race, but unfortunately just falling shy in the second half. But a great race all round in this A final of the PR3 mixed cox 4s. The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's double sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednika muškog double sculla za lake veslače.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je
Czech Republic. Czech Republic represented by
Češku predstavljaju
Yuri Simonek, and Miroslav Vrastil. Winners of the silver medal,
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je
Spain. Spain represented by
Španiju predstavljaju
Manuel Balastegi and Catania Hortopombo. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders,
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu osvojila je
Switzerland. Switzerland represented by
Švajcarsku predstavljaju
Jan Schäuble and Rafael Ahumada Ireland. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
The A final of the women's fours.
Finale ženskog četverca bez kormilara.
In lane number 1, Spain.
U stazi broj 1, Španija.
Spain stroked by Ainasid. In lane number 2, China.
U stazi broj 2, Kina 2.
China stroked by Yong Yishin. In lane number 3, Denmark.
U stazi broj 3, Danska.
Astrid Stensberg in the stroke seat for Denmark. In lane number 4, China 1.
U stazi broj 4, Kina 1.
Stroked by Liu Shaoxin. In lane number 5, Poland.
U stazi broj 5, Poljska.
Zuzana Leshner in the stroke seat for Poland. And in lane number 6, Great Britain.
Staza broj 6, Velika Britanija.
Great Britain stroked by Rebecca Shorten.
Spain, China 2, Denmark, China 1, Poland, Great Britain, attention.
We are underway in the A final of the women's fours.
Krenulo je finale ženskog četverca bez kormilara.
Lots of noise coming from the course here in these bigger boats. I can hear the calls from some of these crews just trying to get their bow balls out in front in this fast and furious final. It was Great Britain that were the leaders in the test race, but of course, I'm sure some of these quartets tried to keep their powder dry, and it's Denmark that lead the surge here ahead of China in this A final.
U ovom trenutku posada Danske na prvoj poziciji smenjuje se u vođstvu sa posadom Kine 2, treća je Velika Britanija.
Well, up at the front of the field, still Denmark and China leading this race, and it's China 2 over in lane number 2 that are now starting to move, letting the boats settle and run underneath them. We've said this about a lot of the crews from China here this weekend. A great rhythm set by most. They're at rate 38 currently, just one pip shy of Denmark's 39. Astrid Stensberg in the Danish crew, just setting the pace for them, but slipping through from the near side, from the tower side. Great Britain have decided that they don't want to be back in the pack. They're now half a length at the front of the field.
Danska je dobro počela, međutim polako pada. Trenutno je već 7 metara iza britanske posade, koja je na prvom mestu, druga je Kina, dakle treća je Danska.
Silently sweeping through from lane number 6, Great Britain here just wanting to push another seat out as they move through the second quarter of the race, and they're about to have the bow ball of the silver medal fight sat on Rebecca Shorten in the stroke seat, but with the best vantage point of this race for the medals in the women's four, it's Richie and Angelica.
So up here at the 1,000 metres, the wind has changed direction, and it's a cross headwind now coming across from lane 1 to lane 6. Nothing to worry about for the crews. So much experience here. They can handle any of the conditions that this course can put their way. Leading it out, as I said, in lane 6, GB. Really nice coming off the start, sneaking into the lead there, unbeknownst to the crews in the centre of the course, Denmark and China too, who were battling it out off of the start. But GB looking good here. As he said, Camilla, Rebecca Shorten leading out the stroke. Beautiful rhythm in the GB crew, flowing along here nicely, nearest to us in the enclosure in lane 6, leading this one out ahead of Denmark in second place, China 2 in third at the moment. They're the medalists coming up to the 1,000 metre mark.
Veliko finale u ovoj divnoj regati kada veslaju dame. Ženski četverac bez kormilara koje su u petak prvog dana na ovom svetskom kupu imale test, a evo sada 2 kineska četverca i 5 država od samog starta u ovoj žestokoj borbi. Britanke su preuzele vođstvo, drže ga i dalje i njihov štroker Rebecca Shorten je ubrzala tempo i sigurna sam da će ih ovako odvesti do zlata i medalje, da ćemo ih gledati i na podijumu. Međutim, ono što se dešava jeste bitka za to drugo mesto i Dankinje se trenutno nalaze na drugoj poziciji, a devojke koje predstavljaju Kinu 1 su na trećem mestu, odmah iza Kina 2 četvrte. Peta pozicija drže Poljakinje, a u začelju su devojke iz Španije.
So the real race is going to be for the silver and bronze here between the two Chinese crews in Denmark, but out there in front in a class of their own, changing gear and moving ahead with every single stroke, Tim, it's the GB crew.
It's that GB crew that looked razor sharp all weekend. I saw them training and they looked so relaxed and so composed, but razor sharp at the catch, and they're moving away in the third 500 meters of this race. They look so good, like the bow and stroke of that crew were Olympians in Tokyo. Then they got a 4th place, so just missing out of the medals, but they're in the lead here, looking dead set for a gold medal, and behind them it's a very tight race between the Chinese crew and Denmark for the minor medals for silver and bronze, and I think the Danish just pushing along, but China 1, the more experienced crew with 2 Olympians in the stern of that crew, are still in silver medal position, but it's very close between Denmark and China 1.
500 metara ostalo do završetka novog finala ženskog četverca bez kormilara. U ovom trenutku na vodećoj poziciji nalaze se Britanke koje imaju lepu prednost u odnosu na preostale dve posade koje se bore za osvajanje medalja, a to su dankinje koje su druge i Kina 1 je na trećoj poziciji. Preostale su malo dalje i u ovom trenutku nema šanse da se bore za podijum.
So I think you could hear the encouragement from the Chinese teammates here on the bank just to our left, but out in front, GB in a class of their own, several lengths of clear water separating them and second place Denmark, and silver medal of a bronze medal for that Chinese 1 crew with 300 meters to go. I'll hand it to you, Camilla, to call it all the way down to the line.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Great Britain gliding here out at the front of the field, but it's all getting very intense for the minor medals. Great Britain, of course, looking to notch a win here in the absence of any Olympic medalists from Tokyo last year, and that would be a good start to their season. But Denmark deciding that they too also want to start the season well. They move comfortably into silver medal position now ahead of China.
Britanija je toliko dominantna da joj nisu potrebni olimpijski šampioni danas. Osvojit će ubedljivo prvo mesto. U ovom trenutku Danska na drugoj poziciji, a na trećoj Kina 1.
Great Britain charge for the line here despite having oceans of clear water back to the rest of the field. They will still execute their finishing sprint led by Rebecca Shorten over the line to a gold medal in this A final of the women's fours. Denmark will get a length advantage over the line in silver, and then it will be China 1 with the bronze medal. Clear water back then to Poland to contest in 4th. It's China 2 that will come over the line in 5th. Ahead of Spain. The victory ceremony for the PR3 mixed coxed 4.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednika mešovitog četverca s kormilarom za paraveslače.
Winners of the gold medal.
Zlatnu medalju osvojili su
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Francesca Allen, Gidra Rakaskaite, Ed Fuller, Ollie Stanhope, and Erin Kennedy. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače zlatne medalje.
The A final of the men's coxless fours.
A finale muškog četverca bez kormilara.
In lane number 1, Poland.
U stazi broj 1, Poljska.
In lane number 2, Netherlands 2.
U stazi broj 2, Holandija 2.
In lane number 3, China 2.
U stazi broj 3, Kina 2.
In lane 4, Great Britain.
U stazi 4, Velika Britanija.
In lane 5, Netherlands 1.
U stazi 5, Holandija 1.
And in lane number 6, Netherlands 3.
U stazi 6, Holandija 3.
Poland. Netherlands 2. China. Great Britain. Netherlands 1. Netherlands 3. Attention.
And we're underway in the A final of the men's fours.
Krenulo je finale muškog četverca bez kormilara.
Even with such a slight cross breeze, these fours just struggling to keep themselves straight on the start line. But a nice clean start here for all crews, really punching up high. The Netherlands 2 boat in lane number 2, all the way up at 46 strokes a minute. That's absolutely blistering there from Nelson Ritsema in the stroke seat. And as it all shakes down here in this first 200 meters, it's the Dutch in lane number 5, Netherlands 1, that have a very small advantage by centimeters ahead of Great Britain.
Dobar početak Velike Britanije, odlično su krenuli Poljaci koji veslaju 43 zavesle u minuti. Svi su trenutno izjednačeni, a trenutno prva pozicija za Holandiju 1 u 6. stazi.
Well, a bit of a kick and a surge there from Poland in lane number 1, keen not to get dropped in these opening stages, as it's very hard to get back on terms through the centre part of this race. The Dutch keeping speed at the front of the field from lane number 5, Netherlands 1 here with half a canvas now over the impressive British crew that has cruised through the opening stages of the regatta. 500 metres gone now. It's Netherlands 1 in gold medal position ahead of Great Britain in silver. China 2, who again, so impressive, gliding through the repechage yesterday. They looked so calm and collected. We expect to see big things from them, and they sit in bronze medal position.
U stazi broj 5 je Holandija 1 koja trenutno ima prednost, na drugom mestu Velika Britanija. Polako padaju Poljaci koji su sada, i dalje su treći, ali zaostaju nekih 12 metara, pojačavaju Holandija 2 i Holandija 3.
Well, fastest moving boat on the water at the moment is going between Great Britain and the Netherlands. Great Britain, though, slightly more consistent with that speed, and they are closing ever so gradually here on the Dutch. And it's a small look there from Freddie Davidson in the stroke seat just to get an assessment on how close they are. But the Dutch here are still in the lead by about a canvas and heading towards Richie and Angelica.
Very exciting finish here in the men's 4. They're about 50 metres out from us here, blanket across from 1st to 6th. Looking out, it is the Netherlands crew, Netherlands 1 in lane 5, leading it out, but Great Britain staying very much in contention here in a 2nd place, and that Chinese crew in lane 3. They're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, vying for gold, silver and bronze in the final of the men's 4. Just coming parallel to us here, it is definitely at a canvas from the Netherlands crew, have just a canvas over the GB crew. They in turn then probably half a length over the Chinese crew. So very exciting finish and prospect here in the men's 4s.
Nema promene u ovoj elitnoj veslačkoj klasi. Muški četverac bez kormilara, u kojoj čak imamo 3 holandska četverca. Najbolje su se pokazali Holandija 1 i od samog starta Štroker, Rick Rinks daje dobar tempo, prate ih Britanci, oni su na drugom mestu sa Štrokerom Fredijem Davidsonom. Treća pozicija za Kinu 2, a dalji poredak je Holandija 2 na 4. poziciji, 5. su Holandija 3, a poslednji su Poljaci.
So Tim, we spoke earlier about how classy the Chinese crew look in lane number 3 going down the course, but it looks like brute force from the Netherlands in lane 5 is what's going to do it for the gold here.
Yeah, you might be right, Richie. The first Dutch cruise stroked by Rick Rinks, they're at 39 strokes a minute, and they have been for the majority of this race. But coming with them, it's the crew from Great Britain with Freddie Davidson there in the stroke seat, and they're, I think, just a half a canvas behind the the first Dutch crew. And going with them there is the Chinese crew. We looked at them yesterday. They had a brilliant rhythm, and the rhythm looks fine. it looks similar to yesterday, but just the two crews from the Netherlands and Great Britain just overpowering the Chinese at this stage. Those two crews almost a length ahead of China 2, with the Dutch having a big push here as they come past our commentary position. It's level between them and the crew from Great Britain though.
Na 400 metara pre završetka finala četverca bez kormilara vode još uvek momci iz posade Holandije 1, ali su veoma blizu Britanci, razlika nije ni metar. Treći su Kinezi, a četvrta je druga posada Holandije.
So with 350 meters to go, Great Britain look to take the initiative from the Netherlands one, but how's it looking from the finish tower, Camilla?
Well, still looking very close here from the finish tower, but the last 300 metres has really been quite an admirable one here for Great Britain. They've kept their cool. They've stayed a couple of pips lower than the Netherlands, who have ratcheted it up now to rate 42 to try and combat the charge from GB. But they're just going backwards here. This Great Britain crew are just slicing through the Dutch here and pushing them back into silver medal position.
Ogromna borba za prvo mesto. Velika Britanija trenutno prva, Holandija pokušava da napadne, ali polako gubi priključak. Kina treća.
The GB crew just jumping seats now that they've gone from being a canvas down to being half a length up in gold medal position through the grandstands, and it's going to be victory by almost a length. What an amazing performance. Great Britain with the gold medal in the men's fours ahead of Netherlands 1. It's then going to be China on the podium for bronze with a really tight finish for the teammates from the Netherlands, leaving Poland to fend for 6th. The victory ceremony for the women's 4.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednika u četvercu za žene.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je
China. China represented by
Kinu predstavljaju
Zhong Shushan, Wu Yihui, Lin Xin Yu, and Liu Shaoxin. Winners of the silver medal.
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je
Denmark. Denmark represented by
Dansku predstavljaju
Julie Poulsen. Marie Johansson. Frida Nielsen. And Astrid Stensberg. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu u veslanju osvojila je
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Rowan McKellar. Heidi Long. Samantha Redgrave. And Rebecca Shorten. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.
The A final of the women's quadruple sculls.
Finale ženskog četverca skul.
In lane number 1, Ukraine.
U stazi broj 1, Ukrajina.
In lane number 2, the Netherlands.
U stazi broj 2, Holandija.
In lane number 3, Switzerland.
U stazi broj 3, Švajcarska.
In lane number 4, Great Britain.
U stazi broj 4, Velika Britanija.
In lane number 5, Poland.
Staza broj 5, Poljska.
And in lane number 6, China.
U stazi broj 6, Kina.
Ukraine, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Great Britain, Poland, China. Attention.
The noise of the blades going into the water here in the start of this women's quadruple sculls A final, and it's going to be another extremely tight race. Switzerland up at 45 strokes a minute, a sub on board for the Swiss in this A final. Celia Dupre out for Lisa Letcher, who's come to sub in to try and hunt down the medals.
Krenulo je finale u ženskom četverac kulu. Najbolje su krenule Holanđanke, mada je rano pričati o tome. Tek su na nekih 100 metara. Trenutno Poljska na drugom mestu, Ukrajina takođe.
It's been a great start for the Netherlands. They've got a two-woman advantage on the Polish, who sit in silver medal position, but all so tight here for the bronze medal between China, Ukraine, and still Switzerland in the hunt for the podium.
Vidjet ćemo ko će na kraju pobediti, mada glavni favoriti svakako su u drugoj stazi Holanđanke. Tu su naravno i Švajcarkinje, Velika Britanija uvek favorit kada je na stazi.
Kozenkova in the stroke seat for Ukraine has really put the hammer down as she sets the crew onto rhythm, and this cruising pace for Ukraine is really challenging the speed of the Netherlands and pulling them up into gold medal position through the 500-meter marker. At the moment, the Dutch and Ukraine over on the far side of the lake, not where you'd expect your leaders to come from, the outside lanes, but at the moment they are taking full advantage of their position, and it's been a great start for the outside lanes. However, with this being a quads race, it's going to hurtle very quickly through the midway stages and past our commentators at the 1,000-meter marker.
Very little between the crews, as you said, Camilla, across the lane 1 to lane 6, all 6 crews rating in the mid-30s, up at 37 now for the Swiss crew, just trying to put on a bit of a squeeze, but very little between all of them as they come through. The Chinese and the Ukrainians having a great second 500 to come back into contention for the gold and silver and bronze medals in the women's quadruple sculls. So coming up to us now, it's again, the crews nearest to us, as the Chinese crew have made a bit of a push here, moving very nicely now. The Chinese crew, along with them, Netherlands in lane 2, and Ukraine now having a stormer of a 500 meters in lane 1 as well. Just coming level to us, beautiful rowing from all 6 quads here. A little bit of a light rain shower just off of the start, cooling the conditions down, and that the headwind that we had for earlier races now dropping back, and flat calm conditions here. Just coming up to the 1,000-meter mark, it is the Ukrainian crew, just about half a length ahead of China at the moment. So a really great race from the Ukrainian crew to take the lead for the gold medal coming through 1,000 meters. It's Ukraine from China, and then anyone's called for that bronze medal at the moment.
Ženski četverac skul i veliko finale u ovoj elitnoj klasi za dame. Dame vesleju i izuzetne su krajinke sa štrokirkom Kozenkovom. Od samog starta su dobar tempo udarile i drže lidersku poziciju. Prate ih devojke iz Kine koje vesleju u 6. traci, a potom na 3. poziciji su Holanđanke. Pale su nakon dobrog starta na 3. poziciju, a dalji poredak je Velika Britanija na 4. poziciji, Švajcarkinje 5. nakon jedne izmene u postavi i poslednje su Poljakinje.
So unusual to see here, all the action is in lane 1 and lane 6. They're the two contending for the gold here between Ukraine and China. 2 men's Chinese 4s on the way up to the start, giving some encouragement to their crew, Tim. Great to see lane 1 and lane 6, China versus Ukraine.
Belter of a race, isn't it, in the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. The test race we saw Friday saw the Dutch finishing first, and then the Chinese crew, the with two reigning Olympic champions in this event, in the stern of that crew in second, with the Ukrainians in third. But that was just a test race, and things are different now because it's China looking very good to take the win here. They look ominous. They're almost level with the Ukrainian crew, which have led from the start. There's absolutely nothing between them, and bronze medal position currently for the Dutch, but there is a charge coming from the crew from Great Britain, who we saw just 1.5 hours ago in the women's doubles.
Velika borba za prvo mesto u finalu ženskog četverca Skul, gde se u borbi za tu prvu poziciju nalaze Ukrajina i Kina, a na trećem i četvrtom mestu trenutno su Holanđanke i Britanke.
So the Chinese storming through into gold medal positions, with the Ukrainians hanging on to silver, and a very interesting battle developing between the Netherlands and Great Britain. And Camilla, is it possible, do you think it's possible that the crew from Great Britain are going to add another medal to their name today?
I'm not sure, Tim. In fact, I think you'll be pleased to hear that the Dutch look like they're on a travelator at the moment. They are really picking this boat up and chucking it towards the finish line with some gusto. And I think they're actually going to come through China into gold medal position. This crew, stroked by Bente Paulus, the very talented athlete there, multiple medalist at under 23 level. She is really driving this crew into a position to win this race.
Kakva završnica, Kina ima blagu prednost u odnosu na Holandiju, samo 1 metar, tu su i dalje u konkurenciji za medalju Ukrajinke. Da vidimo šta mogu Britanke, mogu li makar do bronze.
Yeah, what an amazing sprint by the Netherlands, but China now reacting and coming into the line. It's just who is going to get the surge on it first. The Netherlands, indeed. Victory for them. Gold medal ahead of China. What a remarkable sprint. Ukraine will be pushed into bronze medal position. Great Britain in 4th, Switzerland in 5th, and Poland coming over the line in 6th. The victory ceremony for the men's 4.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednika u muškom četvercu.
The athletes missing from this ceremony have gone to contest in the men's 8.
Na podijumu su samo 3 veslača jer ostali veslaju trku osmeraca.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je
China. China represented by Li Wenli, Chen Shanfong, Xu Chao, and Kai Pengpeng. Winners of the silver medal.
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by Ralph Rinks, Mick Macker, Michiel Mantel, and Rick Rinks. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu osvojila je
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Will Stewart, Morgan Boulding, Lenny Jenkins, and Freddie Davidson. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
Oh, we're already on. The A final of the men's quadruple sculls.
A finale muškog četverca skul.
In lane 1, Switzerland.
U stazi broj 1 Švajcarska.
In lane 2, Ukraine.
U stazi broj 2 Ukrajina.
In lane 3, the Netherlands.
U stazi broj 3 Holandija.
In lane 4, China.
U stazi 4 Kina.
In lane 5, Lithuania.
Staza 5 Litvanija.
And in lane 6, Poland.
U stazi 6 Poljska.
We're already underway with the A final of the men's quadruple sculls.
Krenulo je finale muškog četverca skul.
We've had some absolutely storming racing so far here at the first World Cup of the season. So many talented athletes coming through the ranks and some new combinations here in this men's quadruple sculls event. So close you could draw a line across the lanes currently for the gold medal position. I think it's just Poland edging out by a bauble ahead of China. It's then Ukraine.
Dobro su krenule sve posade. Najbolje je krenula Poljska koja ima metar prednosti u odnosu na Holandiju, a 2 u odnosu na Ukrajinu. Samo se nadamo da se vreme do kraja takmičenja neće znatno kvariti.
Well, it was the Dutch who were the dominant force throughout the last Olympiad. They absolutely stormed every race they took part in, but with this new combination headed up by Finn Florijn in the stroke seat, not quite coming out to such a commanding lead at this point in the race. They're having to settle for 4th currently in the first minute or so. They're being surrounded by some very powerful starting strokes by China, Ukraine and Poland.
posle dobrog početka Poljske dominaciju, to je prednost, preuzima Kina. Da li će biti dominacija, vidjet ćemo do samog kraja. I dalje na trećem mestu Ukrajina.
Well, the storms are closing in here on Lake Arda, and we're looking for some lightning fast finishes here from all of these quads, but a great rhythm here being set by China 1. A really delightful crew to watch here. It just looks like it's effortless that they're moving through the water. Very hard to achieve in a quad which is so high rating, usually so quick to pick up, but they just look like they're floating, and they're moving now onwards towards the 1,000-meter marker.
So that Chinese crew, they were my pick for this regatta. I've watched them out training as well. So smooth, beautiful style, beautiful rhythm. A lot of the Chinese crews very similar, and they've been the crew to watch in the lead up to this final of the men's quadruple sculls. Centre of the course, they were leading through the 500-meter mark. Ukraine in second place, similar to the previous race. And then it was the exact same times for Netherlands and Poland battling it out for the bronze medal. I'd say there's 2 lengths separating first to sixth here in the final of the men's quad sculls. Just coming up level to us now. China still trying to push on. Beautiful rowing from them, centre of the course. But Ukraine in lane number 2, pushing them all the way. And they're in second place at the moment with the Dutch crew sandwiched in between them, but in a nice place to be because they'll be pushed on for that race for the bronze medal as well. And Lithuania having a lovely race here. The last 500 metres for Lithuania. Really nice rhythm, getting them back into contention for the bronze medal, coming through 1,000.
Finalna trka u klasi muški četverac School. Imamo 6 država, 6 četveraca, ali smo dobili jedan snažniji čeoni vetar. Međutim, ne smeta to liderima u ovoj trci Kini 1, koji su inače olimpijski i svetski šampioni u ovoj klasi. Nadam se da neće prepustiti lako svoje vođstvo Ukrajincima koji su odmah iza njih sa zaostatkom od sekundi 71 sekundu. Holanđani su na 3. poziciji, potom Litvanija 4., 5. su Poljaci koji su bili bolji u startu i posljednji su momci iz Švajcarske.
So it's all about the centre of the course here in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Netherlands, China, Lithuania. Sometimes we can see that it's silo over substance with crews, but this Chinese crew, Tim, rowing beautifully well and continuing to take the lead.
The relatively young crew from China, they look very nicely together. It's cohesion all the way through that quadruple sculls, and they're leading, but there's still contact with the Dutch to their left, as is the crew from the Ukraine still in the mix for a medal, and the Lithuanians, who were second in yesterday's semi-final, still with a good contact with the other crews there. But China out in front, 3/4 of a length ahead of the Netherlands, who are in silver medal position, but only by a quarter of a canvas over the crew from the Ukraine.
500 metara pre završetka muškog četverca School u konkurenciji, dakle, Kineza i ostalih. Kinezi ubedljivo vode. Na drugoj poziciji su Holanđani, dok je možda i najveća borba u ovom trenutku između Litvanaca i Ukrajinaca za bronzanu medalju.
So the Dutch trying to close into gold medal position, but the Chinese have a comfortable margin of around a half a length to 3/4 of a length, but it's going to be a very strong finish there coming from the Dutch. But the Chinese also raising the rate. The Dutch already up at 40 strokes a minute, Camilla.
Yeah, the Dutch not making it easy for themselves with that slower start. They are starting to move back on this very impressive-looking Chinese crew, but it's just whether they've got the guns to be able to sprint through them to the line. It's time running out here for the Netherlands.
Od kada su preuzeli vođstvo Kinezi, nisu ga prepuštali. Holanđani pokušavaju da dođu do tog prvog mesta. Vidjet ćemo da li će imati dovoljno prostora. Za to Litvanija i Ukrajina bore se za 3. mesto.
Wow, we can't take our eyes off the bronze medal fight as well between Ukraine and Lithuania. That is a bow ball to separate those two. But look at the Dutch. They are throwing the kitchen sink at this one into the closing stages. But I think China here, no, they have it. It's a canvas. China in gold, Netherlands in silver. It'll be the Lithuanian crew, I think, to take the bronze ahead of Ukraine. It's then Poland that finished ahead of Switzerland. And what a heart-raising race there in the A final of the men's quadruple sculls. The victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika u ženskom četveraskulu.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je
Ukraine. Ukraine represented by
Ukrajinu predstavljaju
Yevgenia Dovhodko, Natalia Dovgodko, Darina Vekogliad, and Anastasia Kozinkova. Winners of the silver medal.
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je
China. China represented by
Kinu predstavljaju
Shen Shangmei, Sung Fen Zhao, Lu Yong, and Chu Xiaotong. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu osvojila je
Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Holandiju predstavljaju
Johanna Vosnika, Tessa Dullemans, Ilse Kolkman, and Bente Paulus. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.
Well, folks, we've just had news that racing has been postponed due to the current weather conditions. Of course, we want to make sure that everyone is safe and sound. So until further notice, no more racing. We'll bring you an update as soon as we can.
Takmičenje je do daljeg odloženo zbog vremenskih uslova. Uskoro ćemo vas obavestiti kada će biti nastavljeno.
Okay, folks, thank you so much for your patience here while we've let that weather blow over. We're delighted to announce that racing will resume at 2:45 this afternoon for the last 4 races of the day. They'll be set off at 7-minute intervals, and then we'll be concluding with all of the medal ceremonies to end the regatta here in Belgrade.
Dobre vesti stižu, dakle nastavljamo za nekih 30 minuta u 14:45, preostale 4 trke.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, as announced, the racing will commence at 2:45 with the men's 8, and then in 7 minutes intervals. So the women's single will start at 2:52, the women's 8 at 2:59, and the men's single at 3:06. All remaining medal ceremonies, and that includes the men's quadruple scull, will be conducted one after the other after the last race is across the line. So we ask the medal crews to come to the victory ceremony pontoon once they have finished their race, and we ask the crews from the men's quadruple scull to come to the victory ceremony area as agreed at 3 p.m. Thank you. So just to repeat and remind you again, the new schedule for the last 4 races, the remaining races of our program: 2:45 is the men's 8, then 2:52 is the women's single, 2:59 is the women's 8s, and then 3:06 is the men's single. All remaining ceremonies, and that's 5 altogether, will be conducted after the last race has crossed the line. So we ask the crews, also from the men's quadruple scull, the medalists, to come to the victory ceremony area at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome back, folks, and thank you so much again for your patience, but it will be well worth the wait, I promise you, as the eights are now lining up on the start. This is the A final of the men's eight. I'm sure it's been a long wait for them as well. They'll be nervous. They'll have been affected by the weather, so we want to make sure that we cheer them through the grandstands with as much gusto and as much noise as possible for these final 4 races of the day.
Čekali smo malo zbog vremenskih uslova i sada je to gotovo. Idemo dalje. 4 trke su pred nama i 5 dodela medalja, zato svi nazad na stazu da ispratimo kraj takmičenja.
On the start line for Great Britain in lane number 1, Tom Ford in the stroke seat, Harry Brightmore in the Cox's seat.
Sledi osmerac za muškarce. U prvoj stazi Velika Britanija.
China lining up in lane number 2. It's Liu Wenli in the Cox's seat and Kai Pengpeng in the stroke seat.
U drugoj stazi je Kina, osmerac Kine.
And it's the Netherlands, the third and final boat to complete the field here. Nelson Ritsema in the stroke seat and Doike Vetter in the Cox's seat.
Treća je posada Holandije.
Great Britain, China, the Netherlands. Attention.
And we're back underway, folks. The final 4 races of this weekend, the men's 8, now off the start line.
Počelo je finale muškog osmerca, ostale su još 4 trke do kraja.
As we say, this will be absolutely worth the wait. 3 crews going head-to-head here, a real intense battle with only 2 of these 8s to be victorious in securing a medal.
3 vrlo jake posade su na stazi. Svi će naravno osvojiti medalje, samo ćemo vidjeti kome će pripasti zlato, kome srebro, a kome bronza.
Jumping out of the start line, it's Great Britain from lane number 1 who take a 2-seat advantage over the Netherlands who hold over China in that silver medal position.
U ovom trenutku najbolje je startovala britanska posada koja ima prednost od 8 metara u odnosu na Holanđane, treći su Kinezi.
Lots of intent from the British 8 out in the gold medal position. Really sharp catches on this pan-flat water post-storm. It really is beautiful conditions out there, and they're going to reach the 500-meter marker in lightning fast speed here. It's all hotting up here, the final few races of the day. Great Britain now out to just over 3/4 of a length over the Netherlands, who hold a canvas over China.
Sada su vremenski uslovi vrlo dobri, popravilo se vreme, nema više kiše, čak se pomalja sunce, tako da ćemo uživati u preostalim trkama. Na stazi su osmerci, Britanija vodi, druga je Holandija, a odmah tik uz Holanđane Kinezi.
Harry Brightmore in the Cox's seat for Great Britain looks over his shoulder to see that they've broken clear water over the other 2 crews, but a change in positioning here at the back of the pack as China now lead the Netherlands by a canvas. So that's going to be one to watch all the way down to the wire, but no doubts as to Great Britain's lead here, Richie.
Yeah, dominant display here from the Great British Eight, going through 700 metres, and to have that much of a lead just shows how good this eight is. Most of the crew of the GB8 in their 20s, nice young crew, plenty of potential for the future. Big, powerful strokes, and as you said, a big, powerful catch as well. You can see the splash off of the water as the oars are put into the catch to lift the boat out of the water, and that's exactly what they're doing. GB moving out to a clear water lead coming up to 1,000 metres. And then it's neck and neck between the Netherlands and China, changing for the other medal that's on offer, the silver medal. Stroke for stroke, they're matching each other. The Netherlands coming back at China now into second place, going through 1,000.
U finalu muški osmerac sa kormilarom ove godine i na ovom prvom kupu u Beogradu i Srbiji nemamo nemačku postavku, ali Britanci od samog starta dominiraju i bilo je očekivano da će ovi povratnici olimpijci, gde imamo u sastavu čak 3 bronzana olimpijska veslača iz prošle godine, da će preuzeti vođstvo i izdominirati u ovoj trci. Stroker, Tom Ford, ali i Harry Brightmore, koji je ovde senior debitant kao kormilar, daju ovoj grupi jednu odličnu šansu. Svoju šansu svakako traže ovde u ovoj trci i momci iz Holandije i Kine. Pitanje je samo ko će uzeti to srebro.
So the real race on here for the silver medal between China and Netherlands in the men's eights coming down towards you, Tim. We spoke earlier, there's nothing quite like the noise of a men's eights race.
Yeah, it's just that big machine of a boat. It's the British Eight hammering along 37 strokes a minute, and consistently the highest boat speed of all the 3 crews competing here in the A final. The Dutch trying to make a move on China for that silver medal, because of course with a 3-boat race there's only gold and silver at the finish, but it's no doubt Great Britain's going to get that gold medal, more than a length of clear water, which is a big margin in eights racing. As they cross the 1500 meter mark, the Netherlands have a quarter of a length over the crew from China, who are sitting in third position.
Vodeći osmerac u finalu Svetskog kupa u Beogradu je iz Velike Britanije. Imaju ozbiljnu i veliku prednost u odnosu na Holanđane koji se nalaze na drugoj poziciji i do kraja trke će svakako biti velika borba između Holandije i Kine za osvajanje drugog mesta.
So 1:25 for the GB8 in the third 500. Very quick middle sector there for the crew from Great Britain. Netherlands still in third, but Great Britain look fabulous out in front.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Linchpins by the Olympic stern pair, Tom Ford and James Rudkin, who set a beautiful rhythm on this flat, calm water. They just look like, again, they're flying through the water here on Lake Arda, and an ocean of clear water behind them. This is going to be a sweet, sweet victory for the British Eight.
Ogromnu prednost imaju Britanci, oni će osvojiti prvo mesto, a sada su se Holanđani odvojili od Kineza, oni će biti drugi, Kinezi treći.
You can almost see your reflection here in the water, crystal clear at the finish. It's so pan flat, and the British Eight will slice through that in a gold medal winning performance here at World Cup 1. The Netherlands winning the fight for silver between themselves and China. It was at risk at halfway. The Chinese did get back out in front, but unfortunately, China just slipping back by a quarter of a length. The Dutch take silver. Well, folks, we did say it would be short bursts in between racing, and we're already up at the start of the A final of the women's single sculls.
Nećemo častiti časa, idemo dalje, razlike u vremenima su vrlo male, idemo na ženski osmerac.
China 1, the Netherlands, China 2, Czech Republic. Attention.
We're underway with the start of the A final of the women's single sculls. Jovana Arsic for Serbia in 1, Hannah Scott for Great Britain in 2, Lucy Yu of China in 3, Caroline Florijn for the Netherlands in 4. It's then Chen Yunsha for China in lane 5 and Lenka Antoshova of the Czech Republic in 6.
Moram da se izvinim za malo pre, malo sam požurio, sada je ženski skif finale, u stazi broj 1 Arsic Jovana, u stazi broj 2 Hannah Scott, u stazi broj 3 Xiu Liu, u stazi broj 4 Caroline Florijn, u stazi broj 5 Chen Xia iz Kine i Antošova Lenka u stazi broj 6 iz Češke.
And this is an announcement for, if you're here on site, the men's quad victory ceremony cruise. If you can please make your way to the victory ceremony area. That's the medalist cruise for the men's quad. We would love to see you in the victory ceremony area. So back to the action in this women's single scull race, and it's been a wonderful start here for Florijn of the Netherlands. She's got 3/4 of a length on the 2 Chinese scullers. She's sitting in a little sandwich there. She's holding down lane 4 with China on her left, Lu Xiyu, and China on her right, Chen Yunsha. But 3/4 of a length margin, not so much in a single as she approaches 500 meters. Still, Hannah Scott for Great Britain in 4th place.
Dobro je u ovu trku krenula Holanđanka Caroline Florijn koja ima prednost u odnosu na Čehinju i Britanku i ostalom sve ostale devojke. Trenutno na posljednjem mestu naša Jovana Arsic, ali očekujemo da posle 500 metara malo ubrza i umeša se u borbu za medalje.
Well, the last 30 strokes have been very speedy indeed for Lenka Antoshova of the Czech Republic. She showed a glimmer of hope of moving into silver medal position there, but Lu Xiyu of China just seeing the danger and pushing back past her. Hannah Scott now also choosing this moment in time to be seen, to be heard as she starts to move up in lane number 2 for Great Britain. She's currently in level bronze medal position with Antoshova of the Czech Republic.
I dalje je Holanđanka Florijn u vođstvu. Antošova je na 3. poziciji, sada je na 2. Lu iz Kine.
Well, these single sculls, I doubt, will remain in these positions, but to try and peel them apart at the 1,000-meter marker, it's Richie and Angelica.
So it's the Netherlands leading here, Caroline Florijn. She's really putting down a marker. She's rating 37.38, about 4 or 5 pips above the other scullers. And you can see that she's looking to win this race out from the first half. Approaching the 1,000-meter mark, it is Caroline Florijn leading then ahead of the Chinese scullers on either side of her and staying in touch. The sculler from Great Britain, Hannah Scott, young sculler of 22 years of age, having a great regatta so far here in the A final of the women's single sculls. But class act here from Caroline Florijn. She is leading it out in lane 4, just pushing on again now and trying to open up the clear water advantage coming through 1,000 meters to get in control of this race. She's centre of the course, can look left and look right, respond to any threats that come through from any of the scullers. And at the moment, it's lane 3, Lu Xiu, who is pushing on to 2nd place at the moment, ahead of Hannah Scott for that bronze medal.
U finalu i u klasi ženski skif imali smo želju da vidimo u borbi za medalju našu Jovanu Arsic, olimpiku koju volimo i koju podržavamo na tribinama. U Beogradu očekivali smo da je vidimo u borbi protiv Holanđanke koja je nosilac srebrne medalje u četvercu prošle godine sa olimpijskih igara i Holanđanka vodi u ovoj trci. Za sada, posle 1200 metara, na 2. mestu drži se kineskinja Xiu Lu, potom 3. je Britanka Hannah Scott, 4. mesto za Kinu 2, Jungsiu Chen, 5. je Čehinja, Lenka Antošova i naša Jovana posljednja.
So the possibility of silver and bronze heading to China's way, but out there in front, Tim, it is Caroline Florijn leading it out from the first half of this race and looking to dominate as she approaches you at the 1,500-meter mark.
Yeah, Richie, she dominated her semi-final as well, but at that race yesterday, she already had clear water over the rest of the field as she approached the 1500. Now still in contention for a gold medal. It's China 1 racing from lane number 3, going with the young Dutch scholar, and also Hannah Scott looking very good up and amongst it for the medals, with a little over 500 meters to go. A little bit of a push there coming from Hannah Scott to try and get into silver medal position, but it's a great race for those two medals. But Caroline Florijn, she moves up. She has a clear water advantage as she approaches the last 500 meters of this race, and she looks very relaxed at this stage of the race with several gears to go to if she needs to.
Za vodeću, a zatim i za ostale. Ostalo je oko 500 metara do završetka ženskog skifa u finalu Svetskog kupa u Beogradu. U ovom trenutku je na prvoj poziciji Caroline Florin iz Holandije, druga je predstavnica Kine, Kina 1, to je Lu, zatim ide Hannah Scott i četvrta je Chen iz Kine, Jovan Arsić, u ovom trenutku je na 6. poziciji.
So Lu Xiyin from China 1 reacting there to the push from Hannah Scott to get herself back into silver medal position, but Hannah Scott still in bronze medal position with a healthy margin over the rest of the field. But out in front, Caroline Florijn from the Netherlands, she's looking to get that gold medal at the finish line.
Yes, a bit of a race of two halves here in the women's singles goal. 3 very clear podium positions, but in what order, still yet to be determined. I am, as I say, not a betting woman, but if I were, I think Caroline Florijn of the Netherlands is fairly safe for a gold medal here if she avoids any disasters in this last few strokes. But look at this turn of speed from Hannah Scott of Great Britain. She has got her eyes on the prize of that silver medal, and she's charging down Lu Xiyu of China.
Holanđanka Florijn će osvojiti definitivno prvo mesto, a za drugo mesto bore se Lu iz Kine i Hannah Scott iz Velike Britanije. Velika borba, vidjet ćemo ko će na kraju osvojiti srebrnu medalju.
It's all going on behind Florijn of the Netherlands. She's going to enjoy not being put under pressure for this gold medal, but the athletes behind her and to her left do not have such luxury as they go bow ball for bow ball into the final 15 strokes, head-to-head for this silver medal. I think China has done enough here. Lu Xiyu has got half a canvas over Hannah Scott, and she's still extending that out once again with her sprint. It's going to be a canvas over the line. Lu Xiyu of China to secure silver medal position over Hannah Scott for the bronze for Great Britain. It's then going to be Chen Yunxia of China ahead of Lenka Antosheva of Czech Republic, and Jovana Arsic for Serbia will conclude the field. We're already on the course with the A final of the women's eights. They're at 600 meters in lane 1, China 1, in lane 2, the Netherlands, in lane 3, China 2.
Sada je definitivno na redu ženski osmerac finale. U stazi broj 1 Kina 1, u stazi broj 2 Holandija, u stazi broj 3 Kina 2.
Well, there's been a lot of doubling up in this Dutch crew, a lot of familiar names looking down the seating order of this eight, but it doesn't seem to have slowed them down, Richie.
And they're, I'm sure, looking forward to finishing out a great weekend of racing here across the board. A lot of the crews racing in the pairs, fours, doubles, and indeed some of the sculls as well, the Chinese scullers racing in the eights as well. And as they come up now to about 1,200 to go, it is centre of the course. The Dutch crew, they went off to a blinding start, and they are still rating up at the high 39s and trying to move away from the two crews in second and third place. Just 2 medals on offer for here in the three-boat race. So gold medal at the moment. It is the Netherlands centre of the course. Lovely rhythm being set out by Veronica Meester and being encouraged on by Aniek van Veen, the cocks of the Netherlands crew, just moving to open up and extend the lead. A little bit of clear water ahead of China 2 in lane 3 and half a length back to China 1 in lane 1.
Pretposlednja finalna trka u klasi ženski osmerac sa kormilarom i ove godine na svetskom kupu imamo u finalu 3 tima. Holandski tim i Holanđanke koji imaju mnogo iskustva, obzirom da je polovina njih sa olimpijskih igara u Tokiju bila pobednica u svim klasama. Pored toga što su u petak u 42. trci bile diskvalifikovane, eto vidimo ih na liderskoj poziciji i ovo je jedna lepa slika pored toga što protiv njih veslaju i 2 kineska osmerca. Kineskinje su dobro utegnute i drago nam je da ih vidimo u ovolikom broju na kupu u Beogradu. Očekujemo naravno pobedu Holanđanki koje su daleko odmakle ispred ova 2 kineska tima.
So this women's eighth race making its way down very quickly towards you, Tim, and you'll be happy to see that Dutch crew centre of the course leading it out.
Yeah, very happy indeed, Richie. It's great to see that combination from the Netherlands leading this women's 8 final. I think this crew didn't participate in the test race last Friday, and I think the Chinese crews who did may regret that decision to do so because they're trailing by almost a length. The China 2 crew is in silver medal position, and their colleagues on their left-hand side trailing in third. But the Netherlands look good out in front. When they rode to the start, I didn't think they would be in front because it looked a bit ragged when they rode past, but it looks smooth now. We have a very nice rhythm there being set by Olympic silver medalist Veronique Meester from Nera. She really makes this crew fly through to the last 500 meters.
Još 500 metara ostalo do završetka trke u konkurenciji ženski osmerac. U ovom trenutku na ubedljivo prvoj poziciji nalaze se Holanđanke koji imaju više od duženja čanca prednosti odnosu na Kinu 2, koja bi također mogla da se nađe na podijumu i dobije medalju u ovom trenutku. Poslednja je posada Kina 1.
So the Netherlands moving through there with 300 meters left to row, followed by China 2 in that silver medal position, Camilla.
Yes, it's been a really dominant display here from the Dutch, as despite doubling up all weekend and moving from sculling to sweep and sweep to sculling, all of them participating in very different events before taking on this eights final. But that's not disrupted the rhythm during their race. They've come together so well in this new combination ahead of the Chinese eights. And actually, the Chinese eights separated by much more now than they were in the test race on Friday. A very different story here with China 2 currently leading out over China 1.
Holanđanke su se već odvojile odavno i suvereno će do prvog mesta ovde na svetskom kupu, osvojit će zlato. Kina 2 u ovom trenutku na drugom mestu osvojit će srebrnu medalju, a treća će biti Kina 1.
Still lots of noise coming from the centre of the lake from the Dutch cox, Van Venen. She will drive them every single stroke over the line here to take the gold in the women's 8 final here in Belgrade. It's then going to be China 2 from lane number 3 that take the silver, leaving their number 1 crew out of the medals here in this penultimate race of the day. The A final now of the men's single sculls. In lane 1, Slovenia. In lane 2, Bulgaria. In lane 3, Great Britain 1. In lane 4, Germany. In lane 5, the Netherlands. And in lane 6, Great Britain 3.
Počela je posljednja 120. trka, finale muškog skifa. Slovenija, Bugarska 1, Velika Britanija 1, Nemačka, Holandija i Velika Britanija 3.
Well, starting as he means to go on, Oliver Zeidler of Germany in the centre of this course with the prime lane here to look over the rest of the field. And he's up at rate 43 currently with a very slight advantage over the Dutch sculler Melvin Twela, who sits just next in the lane beside him. This is going to be a really tough battle. Lots of really intense fighting here in these single sculls. A very lonely place to be, but certainly Oliver Zeidler here with the best of starts.
Već na nekih 300 metara pokušava da pobegne Oliver Zeidler, pobjednik prošlogodišnjeg svetskog kupa i glavni favorit ovde. Vidjet ćemo da li će mu se neko suprotstaviti u borbi za prvo mesto. Trenutno je on 10 metara ispred Holanđanina Tvelara, a ima prednost od 14 metara nad Britancem Thomasom Grimom.
Well, behind Zeidler, who's now broken clear water in his skull against the rest of these top-notch athletes. It's a real bun fight for the silver and bronze medal. 3 scullers currently in contention for that. Twela getting the best of the rest for the Dutch at the moment, but Graham Thomas now making a bid against the Bulgarian Vasilev of Bulgaria. They are neck and neck for the bronze medal.
Zeidler vesla izuzetno agresivno, 38 zaveslaja u minuti, 36 ima Holanđanin Melvin Tvelar. Graham Thomas je i dalje na trećoj poziciji. Kažem, bit će velika borba. Evo, Bugarin Vasilev se umešao u borbu za bronzu, mada tek smo prošli 600 metara.
Well, it just goes to show how quickly speed can change in the single scull. It was dead level between Christian Vasilev of Bulgaria and Graham Thomas for that podium place. And Thomas now half a length up in the course of 10 strokes, trying to really nice and punchy. He's still up at 36 strokes a minute at this point in the race, but it's working for him. His stern snaps away from the bows of Graham Thomas, and he gets that oh-so-sweet clear water as they approach Ritchie at the 1,000.
It's all about lane 4 at the moment. Ollie Zeidler just leading this one out and opening up a Clearwater lead ahead of the rest of the pack. Very difficult to know how this race was going to go because the qualifications we saw the top crews kind of taking it easy or pushing each other on, but it's really down to the last race of the day that we're going to find out how the positions are going to go in this men's single scull. And you have to say Ollie Zeidler rowing a fantastic race here. He's timed his pushes perfect and he's moved out to about a 2-length lead now ahead of Melvin Tweller of the Netherlands in second place, and then this is a real battle between 3 crews for the bronze medal. The Bulgarian sculler Christian Vasilev, Graham Thomas of Great Britain, they're pushing each other on side by side and staying in touch as well in lane 6. It's Callum Dixon having a great race, the young sculler from GB pushing on as well for the third and bronze medal.
U posljednjoj finalnoj trci u klasi muški skif očekivali smo da vidimo Olivera Zeidlera, prošlogodišnjeg pobednika kupa, kao lidera i potencijalnog nosioca zlatne medalje. Ovaj favorit vodi u trci i prednjači ispred Holanđanina Melvina Twelara, koji je također olimpijski nosilac srebrne medalje u klasi double scull. Treće mesto za sada Grahamu Thomasu iz Velike Britanije, a potom četvrti je Christian Vasilev koji je izgubio tu treću poziciju, 5. je Britanac Dixon Callan, a 6. Slovenac Matej Pfeiffer-Philipp.
So Tim, I think the gold medal, I think we can see Ollie, unless something goes drastically wrong, it looks like he has it wrapped up. And as well for the silver medal, Melvin Tweller having a great race in second place for the Netherlands.
Yeah, those two had a great little semi-final tussle yesterday where Ollie Zeidler came out on top. That's why he's in the favoured centre lanes, and he has a Clearwater advantage over the high-rating sculler from the Netherlands, Tweller. She's trucking along at 36 strokes a minute, but Ollie Zeidler actually matching him in terms of stroke rate. So those two crews well out in front of the rest of the field, with Graham Thomas from Great Britain, well, sort of securely in bronze medal position, but Vasilev from Bulgaria still with some overlap to the first scholar from Great Britain, and his fellow Briton Callum Dixon is also moving along very nicely and perhaps could make a claim on that bronze medal. But out in front, Ollie Zeidler still in for the gold medal, followed by Melvin Twellas from the Netherlands.
Poslednja trka, poslednje finale Svetskog kupa u Beogradu, muški skif vodi i to prilično ubedljivo favorit Oliver Zeidler, drugi je Holanđanin Tvelar, dok će svakako najveća borba biti za treću poziciju između dva Britanca, Thomasa i Dixona, i Bugarina Vasiljeva, dok je Slovenac Pfeiffer na šestoj poziciji u ovom trenutku.
So it looks set for the 1 and 2, the gold and silver medal there, almost handed out, but I think Camilla, it will be a great battle between the two Britons in lanes 6 and 3.
Yeah, it will be. And based on the GB final trials results, we should expect to see Graham Thomas as the top sculler here, but the young Callum Dixon really giving him a run for his money in this single seat. But look at this from Olli Zeidler out in gold medal position. It is said that if it's flat calm conditions, he's unbeatable, and he's showing exactly why that's the case.
Prvo mesto je odavno odlučeno, za drugo se bori i izborit će ga Melvin Tvelar, treći Britanac Graham Thomas.
The final 100 metres now. Olli Zeidler, deadpan face, looking very calm and relaxed despite the ratcheting rate of Malvin Tvelar as he comes towards the line. I think he knows he's got this gold medal wrapped up in this men's single scull race. Behind Tvelar in silver medal position, Graham Thomas takes a look across to Callum Dixon. The two Brits here now going at it for bronze, but Graham Thomas will be a length ahead into the podium position. It will then be Dixon of Great Britain ahead of Vasilev, leaving Slovenia's Pfeiffer to conclude the final race of the day here at the Belgrade World Cup. The victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika u muškom četvera skulu.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronzanu medalju osvojili su
Lithuania. Lithuania represented by
Litvaniju predstavljaju
Zigmantas Galianskis, Giedrės Bielauskas, Orijas Adomovičius, and Dominikas Jančionis. Winners of the silver medal.
osvajači srebrne medalje.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Holandiju predstavljaju
Jakob van der Kerkhoff, Jan van der Bij, Guillaume Kromenhoek, and Finn Florijn. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu osvojili su
China. China represented by
Kinu predstavljaju
Zhong Ha, Yi Shudi, Lu Jiyu, and Sultan Adil Yang. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
The victory ceremony for the men's 8.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednika u muškom osmercu.
Winners of the silver medal.
Osvajači srebrne medalje.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Holandiju predstavljaju
Bjorn van den Ende, Rick Rinks, Ralph Rinks, Ruben Naab, Sander de Graaf, Mick Macker, Michiel Mantel, Nelson Ritzema, and Duca Feta. Winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Cup leaders.
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu u veslanju. Osvojili su
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliku Britaniju predstavljaju
Rory Gibbs, Morgan Boulding, David Buick Copley, Sholto Carnegie, Charlie Elwes, Tom Digby, James Rudkin, Tom Ford, and Harry Brightmore. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
The victory ceremony for the women's single sculls.
Ceremonija pobednika u skifu za žene.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain,
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je predstavnica Velike Britanije.
Hannah Scott. Winner of the silver medal representing China,
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je predstavnica Kine
Lu Shiyu. Winner of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leader representing the Netherlands,
Zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu u veslanju osvojila je predstavnica Holandije
Caroline Florijn. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.
The victory ceremony for the women's 8.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika u osmercu za žene.
Winners of the silver medal,
Srebrnu medalju osvojile su
China. China represented by
Kinu predstavljaju
Yu Wen, Shi Hongbai, Dong Shi Ya, Sun Ning, Zhong Yan, Zhao Yushu, Zhong He-yong, Yong Yi-shin, and Zhong De-chong. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders,
zlatnu medalju i prvo mesto na svetskom kupu u veslanju osvojile su
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Holandiju predstavljaju
Bente Boonstra, Lele Yusufu, Divertje Dan Besten, Marloes Odenberg, Rose de Jong, Marcia Dahmen, Imke Clevering, Veronique Meester, and Annick van Venen. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.